Unless things have changed since I last checked, it is Tuesday, February 12th, 2019. 5:30 has come, and we are here for our work session. And we have the good fortune to have Joel Black from Mauldin and Jenkins, our external auditor. He's going to kick us off tonight.
I want to speak with us about our comments.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Commission, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear the results of our audit of the county's, the government's financial statements. I'm going to talk from this presentation. The county issues a big, thick CAFR financial report, comprehensive annual financial report, and I know everybody loves numbers and loves accounting statements and would like to sit and go through hundreds of pages, but I tried to boil this down to some overall results in a little bit of a shorter presentation. So I will try to move forward. There we go. Okay, so I'll talk, this is kind of how I'll walk through the presentation, and I'll try to keep it to, when I do these presentations, I like to think if I were in your shoes, and I were a board member, I were a commissioner, what would I want to know, what do I need to know, and I try to boil it down to that and not get into too much accounting, audit, kind of speak, although that will come out a little bit. But I'll go through a little bit about us, go over the overall results of the audit. There are some financial trends in here that we'll talk about very briefly, get into some comments and recommendations. And we have time for questions. Certainly if you have a question throughout, just stop me throughout. I'd be glad to answer it as we're on a slide. If I go over something too quickly or you want to stop and talk about something, we can wait till the end. I'll take questions, or throughout is fine with me too. So. All right, a little bit about Mauldin and Jenkins. We're a kind of larger regional firm in the southeast here. We have 4 offices in Georgia, and government is a big part of what we do. In fact, it's about a quarter of the firm is government. All I work with are state and local governments, and in fact, we have 9 partners that all they work with are state and local governments. My name is Joel Black. I am a partner and was your engagement partner on your audit, so I was responsible for everything that we did in the audit. As you'll see on the slide there very briefly, we audit more counties in Georgia than anyone, more cities in Georgia than anybody, including 8 of the 10 largest counties in the state, 9 of the 10 largest cities in the state. All the combined governments like you guys, Macon Bibb is a client of ours, Augusta Richmond, Columbus Muskogee, all clients of ours. So we certainly have a lot of experience with the government industry and entities like yourselves to be able to perform the audit. We had another partner, Doug Moses, who was kind of a quality assurance partner who looked at the report, all the reports, select work papers, kind of scrubbing quality assurance, making sure that we did things right. So you had 2 partners kind of working on your engagement. This was our overall objective and internal result. First off, we followed all the applicable auditing standards, so generally accepted auditing standards, government auditing standards. It means our objective, our goal, what we were engaged to do, is to give an opinion on the financial statements of the government as presented by management and make sure that those financial statements are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So that was our goal for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2018 was the last report we've issued and the one we're talking about today. And your overall report was an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. It says the financials are materially correct. This is the report you would hope to receive and what you did receive. In addition to the financial statement audit, because you receive a certain amount of federal grant dollars, we have to do what's called a single audit, which is like a grant compliance audit over select kind of federal grant programs and those expenditures, and we audit them for certain compliance requirements that the federal government gives us. We looked at 2 programs for you this year. One was the highway planning, a DOT grant cluster, and the other was a federal transit grant cluster. Our compliance opinion on those 2 programs was also unmodified or clean, which means we didn't see any problems with those. So overall, this is a very clean audit. This is a good report. This is the report you would hope to receive and what you did receive, and the finance department has done a really good job with it. So continuing on, if I were a board member, talking about accounting policies, I would want to know, do I have any unusual accounting policies or aggressive accounting policies? And the answer is you don't. They're all disclosed in the notes to the financial statements, but they're all very typical of policies that we would expect to see for a government like you, so nothing unusual or aggressive there. We do spend time with management estimates where there's less black and white, more gray, like the actuarial assumptions to determine pension liabilities, allowance for doubtful accounts, things like that. We felt good about all management's significant estimates. They're based on good historical trends and information and assumptions that we see other governments make. So we felt good about those kind of grayer estimate areas. The relationship with management, to me, this would be an important one if I were a board member. And the relationship between us and management works the way it's supposed to work. When we come out for the audit, we have access to anything that we ask for or need. The government is ready for us when we arrive. We feel like anything we ask for, we get. We don't feel like anything's hidden or kept from us. And we don't have any disagreements. So no disagreements. If we suggest something with management, they're very receptive in doing that or anything we ask for. So it works the way it's supposed to work, and you should feel good about that as board members. It's a very short line there in the middle of that slide for audit adjustments, but I know I just said it was it was an unmodified report. Even with an unmodified report, we often at least have adjusting entries, something that we found that we give to management and they make and correct. But in this audit, we didn't have any audit adjustments. Didn't even pass on any audit adjustments. So this was an extra clean audit, and they have everybody at the government, the Classic Center, everybody has done a really good job with the accounting, and you guys should feel good about it. On this slide, probably the most important thing is the bottom one there, the independence, which means we don't do anything else for the government except audit financial statements. So we meet all the applicable independence standards. We're objective. We don't have any reason to be biased by management. Well, that's a big part of what we do as CPAs is remain independent, but we certainly meet all those standards, and all we do is audit financial statements. So moving into some of the financial trends, here is kind of if you were to ask most people that analyze government's financial position, especially the kind of governmental part of it, not the enterprise parts like the business, like a water and sewer kind of function, but the general government parts, what would be a good financial stability ratio, they would talk about this one, which is the general fund, which is the predominant operating fund of the government, and that the fund balance or kind of fund equity as a percent of the expenditures and transfers out for the year. And you can see that kind of black line that's going through there, and it kind of says 16.67% is a good recommended fund balance ratio. That's really 2 months. That means you'd have 2 months of expenditures in fund balance, in reserve. And so that's a recommendation by GFOA or bond rating agencies. They would say they'd like to see 2 to 3 months worth. And so you're above that mark. You're at 18%, which is slightly above the 16.67. You can see that your percentage there has come down over the last few years. It came down less in FY18 than it did in 2017. I think general fund balance in 2017 came down like 2.8 million. This past year in FY18, it only came down like 800,000 or so, 750, something like that. So the trend is flattening and going kind of the right way, but it's certainly, and you're still in good shape. You're still slightly above the recommendation for a ratio, but you're getting close to the line. And so it's something you want to pay attention to and be sure you're kind of continuing to flatten that out and keep that at least stable with where it is now and not reduce fund balance. Here, the budget, it's a big part of what you do. And so sometimes, you're already moving on to next year's budget, and you're in the middle of FY19, and you're looking at FY20's budget. So it's kind of maybe one last time look back at FY18 and see kind of how you did at a high level for the general fund. So you can see there the budget kind of as amended at final revenues were $1.2 million, and actual revenues were more than the budget. So that was within 1%, so that was a pretty close, you got pretty close there. And on the expenditure side, you were $4.9 million under budget on the expenditure side, and that was kind of across the board a little bit. There wasn't one concentrated place where there was a lot of savings. It was across the board, mainly personnel with vacancies and things like that that weren't filled for periods of time, and that led to much of the budget savings. But overall, you kind of budgeted in for the year to use $6.9 million of fund balance in the general fund and ended up only using $756,000. So final look at that. So moving on, a couple of other trends. This is general fund revenues by source. It just kind of breaks it up between how much is property taxes, sales taxes, others, and other revenue. And you can see you've been pretty consistent over the years, and this is a good kind of blend of property taxes with an inelastic revenue, sales taxes is elastic. So this is a good blend of revenues for a general fund. Not, pretty typical of what we would see, and it's been pretty stable over the years too. Same kind of look at general fund expenses or expenditures by function, so public safety, general government, et cetera. Again, relatively consistent there. Public safety is the largest one. That's what we typically see with a county, city-county government like yours, is public safety is the biggest expenditure, and it is for you, and it's kind of in line with what we see others have in their breakouts of their expenses for the most part. Here's those same expenses just looked at by type of expenses, with the biggest one being personnel services at 60, almost 8%. That's very typical. 65 to 70% is probably what we see most all governments in for the portion of their general fund costs that are in salaries and benefits, and that's where yours is too. Again, it has been relatively consistent over the years. So getting into the comments and recommendations part, one thing I will say is none of these rose to the level that we would consider to be a finding, which would be a significant deficiency or even a material weakness. These were what we call management points or management recommendations. So they're smaller items, just things to pay attention to, nothing that we kind of consider to be significant. So again, it was very clean, but the few things that we did see, the first one there is very common for governments, county governments, to have in their elected officials, the constitutional officers like the courts that are handling cash. They typically have smaller office sizes, and so they aren't able to segregate duties among people that handle cash in the way that ideally we would like to see them. And if you had a larger staff in each of those offices, you could segregate those duties, but you've got to use a cost-benefit analysis at some point. And so most governments like yourself just don't have enough staff in those, and probably in a cost-benefit world probably shouldn't have enough staff in those to segregate the duties ideally the way like the finance department can or the tax commissioner can. So again, we would like to see those duties segregated more. Probably doesn't make a lot of sense to, but it does create some risk by having that cash handling function in each of those courts without the duties appropriately segregated. I will say in some counties this is a bigger issue when those offices don't interact with the central finance department. In your case, the central finance department does kind of help these offices more so than maybe some other counties, and that helps because they're able to kind of review bank statements and see things that happen. It's still not ideal, but it mitigates that risk maybe more than some of our other county governments have when they kind of have less cooperation between those offices and a central finance function. So moving on, the kind of middle of the page, there's two issues there with the magistrate court. Neither one of them really a huge deal, but just recommendations, things we saw. First off, once outstanding checks get to be a certain age, 5 years or more, you're supposed to escheat them to the state. The magistrate court had 5 checks, which totaled $1,800, which are still outstanding longer than that period. So just something to pay attention to for them to escheat that property to the state of Georgia in accordance with the laws. And then finally, the magistrate court also tends to kind of hold, they don't have a ton of activity, I guess, but they tend to hold receipts that they have for long periods of time before making deposits. We just that's just not ideal. It's ideal that you make deposits more often than that, at least monthly, although that seems to be kind of even a long period of time, but sometimes they were holding things 2 and 3 months. Again, it's not large dollars here, but a recommendation for them to more often make those kind of timely deposits. And then finally, this issue relates to kind of more like communication between the finance department and the public utilities department. And the billing and the reconciliation of the systems. The Public Utilities Department bills the water bills and then inputs information into the system, and then that deposit and information in the system don't always match exactly, but they're reconcilable. But as it is, the Public Utilities Department doesn't really reconcile those amounts, but those two amounts come to the Finance Department, and then the Finance Department reconciles it. So it all reconciles, and it's all all good in the end, but it takes the finance department longer to reconcile that than the public utilities department who made the deposit. So if they could reconcile it kind of more on the front end, it would be a more efficient process of how that reconciliation works than the finance department having to communicate with public utilities and figure it out on the back end and then do the reconciliation. So again, it's all reconciled and not an issue. It's just it would be more efficient if it kind of the public utilities department did some of this more on the front end. GASB is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, so that we're done with the management recommendations part. These are kind of issues that emerging issues, things to be on the lookout for from an accounting perspective. And GASB is the governmental accounting standard. They set generally accepted accounting principles for government, so all governments follow these. And they stay very busy, and we have to implement their standards every year. Seems like there's often 3 to 4 new ones every year. Some are really small and really don't affect you much. This year we had a big one that we had to implement, which was GASB 75, and deals with other post-employment benefits, the other being other than pensions. So this is predominantly health care. So this is post-retirement health care, and GASB changed how we account for that in the government's financial statements. In the past, there was this weird accounting. Now it's kind of a more logical accounting where an actuary estimates that liability. You offset it with whatever assets you have set aside in a trust fund to make those future payments. You record that liability on your government-wide full accrual statements. Doesn't affect the general fund, but it does affect your government-wide statements. Your liability this year was $187 million, which is a pretty large liability. You have a couple $1 million in a trust fund that has offset that liability, so it's not very well funded. It's less than 2% funded, whereas a pension plan is more like 90% funded, something like that. That's consistent with other governments. Other governments, there are very few governments, there are a few, but very few that are funding this at all. Most of them are in a 2-3% funding level like yourselves. The one thing I would say is that your liability, as these liabilities are coming out, for comparable entities, your liability is pretty high compared to, say, a Macon Bibb or some of those other counties. Now, a lot of the counties we would often compare you to are December 31st year ends. They haven't implemented that yet, so we haven't seen this, but we see liabilities more like the $130, $60 million range for entities like Hall County, Macon Bibb County, those type entities. So it's just something you might want to look at, and it's kind of a plan design thing, and compare your plans to the other plans and figure out kind of why your liability is so much higher than others, given that nobody's really funding it very well, but your liability is a good bit higher. These are all future pronouncements that will affect future years. Some of them more interesting than others, at least for me. For you guys, probably none of them are very interesting. The biggest one probably is leases. You don't really have a lot of leases, but and this is a 2021 standard that we're looking at. But leases right now are divided between capital, which you do record as liability, but operating we expense as we go. Those operating leases will now have to be liabilities, just like the capital leases are. You really don't have a lot of these. If you do, they're probably very small and won't significantly impact you. But some governments, that will be a bigger deal. But all of these in some way, shape, or form will create some accounting exercise that the finance department will have to deal with and work through, but none are as significant as the OPEB liability being added that we just dealt with this year. And there's some more stuff that the GASB is working on, which will, again, keep us all busy and keep things interesting. We offer free CPE. The finance department often sends people, and they come really pretty much to all of these, where we talk about these accounting pronouncements for hours, like 7 hours for a full day. You guys are welcome to come. Love to have you. I know you're all interested in hearing more about OPEB, but you are welcome. But your guys do attend, and we appreciate their attendance. So that's it. That's all I've got. But I'll be happy to answer any questions about the audit, the process, or anything that I can help with.
Commissioner Neesmith.
Sir, did your scope of work include policies and procedures for P-cards?
In a way, yeah, we look at that. We did look at those. It wasn't kind of a direct something we give an opinion on what those controls are. But we do look at them. We did do some sampling, not enough to give an opinion on them, but we didn't come across any significant problems that we would want to point out. So
thank you.
All right, hearing none. Joel, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Manager Williams has a couple of comments as we transition.
Yes, these next two items are years in the making. The Southern Network for Economic Mobility, they're similar in this, that they involved stakeholders in the community to help look at some of our toughest issues, affordable housing and economic mobility barriers for youth. Southern Network has been working at this for 3 years. The GIC, the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing, has been working at this for 3 years. And you're going to hear some pretty comprehensive reports about two of our stickiest issues, and I'm excited that we're here.
Explain. I think in just a second, Deborah Lonon from Housing and Community Development is going to begin her long stay with us this evening to talk about GIG.
I'm excited.
No, I missed the most exciting part, didn't I?
You can come back.
He said that they run professional development sessions that you may want to attend.
We signed you up.
And we signed you up.
So it's a 7-hour seminar.
With a test.
Just the right. Okay.
Can I get some water from you? Why is Andy so dressed up?
All right. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. I am Deborah Lonon with Housing and Community Development, and I'm also a member of the NSEM team, and I'm really very excited to start off this presentation with you this evening. We talk often about the importance of bringing different sectors of our community together to work jointly and to collaborate. And I think NSEM is a really great example of that community networking and coming together. And this evening, we are here to present the final report and the recommendations from the Network for Southern Economic Mobility, which will be referred to as NSEM for the rest of the night. The Athens team of NSEM and our work has been compiled by Cal May with Planning Next. For those who don't know, NSEM is a network of southern cities that were focused specifically on improving the economic mobility of the community's low-income youth. In 2016, Athens joined NSEM's very first cohort of those cities interested in that topic, and those cities were Athens-Clarke County, Chattanooga, Greenville, and Jacksonville. Athens NSEM team committed to identify and to address the barriers that are specific to us that impact our marginalized youth's development and their upward economic mobility. From 2016 through 2018, our team regularly attended work retreats in the participating cohort cities, and we studied various systems and programs for helping the youth. And we were trying to determine which of those types of programs that we were exposed to were feasible in our community. The Athens NSEM team worked to develop a set of priorities to build stronger organizations with the culture and the skills and managing capacity, not just to refine our existing programs, but also to realign resources and to spur innovation. And I do want to take a moment, actually, and recognize the people that make up this team and our stakeholders. Many are unavailable to be here tonight because of work, but I do still want to call them out by name. And if those who are here would please stand. The Athens-Clarke County Juvenile Court was represented by Judge Robin Shear. The Athens-Clarke County Economic Development Department is represented by Director Michelle Nguyen. The Athens-Clarke County Housing and Community Development, I represent along with every member of my staff. We put in a lot of work. The Clarke County School District was represented by James Barlament, the Executive Director of Assessment and Accountability, as well as Lawrence Harris, the CEO of the Athens Community Career Academy. The University of Georgia was represented by Dean Susan Barber, who is Dean of the UGA Graduate School. Carrier Transicode was represented by Emily Mickelbach, Director of HR for the company. Lamia LaRoche represented Chesson Community, and Richie Knight represented HW Creative Marketing. And so now, if you would, please welcome Kyle May, who will walk us through the remainder of this process. And Kyle has certainly been a great resource for us and continues to be a great resource for us.
Thank you, Deborah. Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you all for having me here. If you're not tired of me already, you certainly will be by the end of the evening. It's really great to be back. This is a tremendous opportunity that I was given by this group to help fold a huge amount of research, huge amount of analysis together into a coherent report that really shines a light on what we're calling the pathway to prosperity for Athenians in the future. This is obviously an enormous challenge. It's one that you're not facing alone. It's shared by the country, and we'll highlight some of that as we get into some of the research. But just to open up here, I did want to present the fact that there is this presentation, but also you all should have received the actual draft report as well. You'll see that there is a draft still on there. We still believe that there's work to be done in finalizing this, and hopefully with some of your recommendations and thoughts as well, we'll begin to turn the corner and pull this into actual final state. But as Deborah mentioned, I'm very happy to be here, very happy to be back and presenting these findings. I finally found a good use for my Apple Watch, which is to time my presentation, so I'm trying my best to stick to what I was given. It may be a bit of a challenge as we have quite a bit to get through, but I'll go as quickly and deliberately as possible. In terms of what we like to talk about, this really helps to structure and how our document is structured as well. We have a few things, including the introduction and background, how this group came together, what they were charged with doing, the focus, our challenge. What are we looking at here? What are the things that are shared? What are the things that are unique to Athens in terms of this economic mobility question? And then this idea of the pathway to prosperity. One of the things we want to talk about is that we do have a vision as a group and action recommendations that are general at this point, but we would love for them to become more specific in deeper conversation with the community, with stakeholders, and with effective organizations and this government as well. And then we like to point toward what's next. We don't believe that this is the end of anything, but if anything, the beginning of a longer, deeper, effective conversation that this community can have in establishing clear pathways to prosperity for youth in your community. So with that, the what if, the reason why we've done this work, the potential statement. I think when I first got involved with this group, it became very clear that there was something that was driving a lot of the effective individuals that are part of this group today and that really contributed to this work. It's the idea of unlocking the potential of every Athenian, the talent, the ambition, the creativity that you could discover if that were the case. Clearing this pathway to prosperity for them became something that's really embodied in your oath that is printed clearly on the statue just out front here. That's you're not only not less but greater and more beautiful, this city that is, than it was transmitted to us. This is about the individuals, the human potential in your community. And in terms of the way that looks, there's a lot of acronyms that are going to be tossed around today, the first of which is NSEM. This is a network for Southern Economic Mobility. Deborah got into a little bit of the specifics of how this group came together, but I did just want to hit on, you guys were part of a network, a shared network of individual cities that were trying to confront this challenge. Some of them that are very comparable to you, and some of them, there's differences as well. So between Greenville, Chattanooga, and Jacksonville, we had 4 cities that were really looking at this challenge, trying to understand some of the specifics, the shared issues, and think about actions as well. What can we be doing at a jurisdictional level to affect this challenge, given that a lot of these things are national things in scope? This team examined a huge amount of data. I mean, the first thing coming into this, I guess the first issue for me as an outsider is just trying to get in their heads in terms of everything that they've learned. The data tables, the individual stakeholder interviews, all that work, the policies, the systems, the pathways that already exist in your community. One thing that's very clear about Athens that I'll try to reveal, and hopefully is revealed by the report, you're already doing a tremendous amount in this arena, way more than a lot of other communities that are out there, including your cohort communities. It's about, in a lot of ways, it's about further enabling those groups, finding those really effective programs, putting more resources and more individuals in their hand as well. So we tried, in terms of a driving statement, tried to eliminate the barriers that keep a high percentage of low-income people from rising into that middle class by developing this set of priorities to build stronger organizations and culture around this idea of economic mobility, economic potential of every individual. I'm just the mouthpiece right now. I'm the tip of a very large iceberg of research and individuals and capacity that is represented by some of the individuals in the room here today. Deborah already introduced them in my introduction as well. So I don't want you to presume that I'm the one that did this report, that I did this analysis. I merely packaged it up and I'm speaking for them at this point. In terms of the process and finding our way to the actual report, it was important to the group that we first establish the core of the issue. What are we actually looking to affect? What are we actually looking to change or to work on through this report and through these research and findings? At that point, we wanted to develop a little bit of background. Background looks, one, at the national picture, because this is something that, this issue of economic immobility is something that really, is shared around the country, especially as we think about income inequality, and growing poverty around the country. We wanted to think about, the anecdote probably isn't the right word, but some of the emotional connections, meaning the stories of folks that are in these positions, connecting those along into the data, and then looking at the Athens picture. What are those data? What are those conditions and trends that are specific to your community, and how can we start to make changes on them? And then this possibility statement, as we talked about, how do we unlock the potential of the individuals in this community? That's really the driving force behind the vision, and then these roots and determining factors we'll talk a little bit about here later. But if we can back up and talk a little bit about the challenge, some of which is common, some of which is unique, the definition here is important. One of the things, this economic mobility term has become very fashionable recently. There's a lot of people talking about it. We're coming up on an election. You're going to hear a lot about this word, this phrase, economic mobility. But basically what we're referring to here is a better life through striving, a lifestyle, a livelihood through striving. The harder you work, the farther you go, the farther you rise. Positive movement generally decreasing. So the idea is that, around the country, there's been a lot of studies done recently. I'll talk about one in particular here in a second that show that over time, this is actually decreasing. Economic mobility is decreasing in the United States, in some areas faster than others. And the impacts are most acute among people of color, Hispanic and Latinx populations, as well as African American populations as well. What this all contributes to in terms of a national scope is a stickier floor at the bottom of the earnings ladder. It's harder to get off that first rung of the income ladder, and the data really starts to support that. If we look in terms of some backing analysis that was done here, you may be familiar, and if you're not, I would really encourage you to take a look at this resource. Seminal study done around the Opportunity Atlas. This is both an interactive data tool and also a whole series of studies that were conducted over the last several years, longitudinal studies looking at where you start in terms of the economic ladder and where you end. It's broken down by a census tract, actually. It's really in-depth information, and it reveals some significant disparities in earnings potential based on income, based on race, based on geography as well. These are all data you can parse, and you can parse at your community's level as well. Raz Chetty, one of the chief economists on this work, shows that, and I think this quote is important, that while there are significant challenges that are revealed by this, there's also opportunity to make a difference as well. So what are these trends really starting to say? Well, there's a lot of folks that are stuck in place. There are racial disparities. Most importantly, as we get into some of the Athens-specific work, there are less favorable outcomes in the South. What all this leads to is really a pernicious cycle of poverty. I'm not sure if this is the best graphic, but we tried to, as a team, think about how to visualize this in the context of rising up this economic ladder. And what you start to see is yesterday, as indicated by the arrow to the right, striving really helped you pull up that ladder. And today, even with that same amount of effort, we see a cycle developing here in terms of poverty and raising out. We think about this in terms of what's going on. Again, it's some of the graphics, a little bit difficult to read, and I think everyone got the presentation in advance, and we'll have the study as well, so definitely take a look at some of these graphics. If we focus in on Athens, there's a lot of things that are mirrored in terms of the regional trends. Limited potential for Athenians born into lowest income quintile, again, shared with what's going on around you. You see the darker shades of red mean less earning potential over their lifetime based on where they grew up and what income quintile they were born into. This is demonstrated through earnings, through educational attainment, and numerous other outcomes. And the factors we know to be complicated. The factors we know are made of intergenerational things that are inherited. They're about the systems that are in place, that are about national systems as well, and state level systems as well. So if we know one thing through this work, it's that this is very, very complicated. And as we start to break this down through our work in terms of the NSEM team, we really wanted to trace some of this information through the life path of an individual growing up in Athens. And what we started to see was in terms of where you're born into, how you develop as a young person, what that next step is. We started to get to some themes that contribute to a little bit of this cycling, a little bit of this poverty cycle. This idea of starting from behind, I think it's no surprise to the group here that even when adjusted for the student population, this is a higher level poverty community. Children especially are most likely to be experiencing poverty in your community, especially those of single parent households. That leads then to what we would then term as a kind of a failure to launch. Slightly lower graduation rates, but also disciplinary tactics, things that disrupt the educational experience. As you move from K to 12 and beyond, there are things that happen along the way. Again, not unique to Athens, but important to point out when we think about this cycle in your community. Misconnections, that step from 12 to beyond is really, really critical here. And what we see is that fewer students, as a trend, fewer students attending college, and this idea about achieving a credential or diploma is so critical to this idea of rising up the economic ladder. We see that over time, based on comparable communities, students graduating from your community are struggling to achieve that credential in 4, 5, 6, 7 years as well. That leads into this idea about economic development. It leads to workforce development. How do you find opportunities in your community? And what we're seeing is employers casting a wider net. Even though your economy is growing here, even though this is a robust and growing place, we do see employers casting a wider net to fill their employment needs, and participation, workforce participation, actually decreasing over time. And what does all this lead to? Well, really what we're seeing is a struggle that is passed on for a number of reasons. You know, I think the big statistic that we see at a national level is going from 90% of children in 1940 grew up to make more money than their parents. Currently, that's less than 50%, right? So we see a decrease over time in children that are growing up to make more than their parents. And we see that reflected here in Athens as well, especially among those groups growing up in the lowest income quintile. So where do our conclusion is those who start from behind in your community are less likely today to escape the poverty than they were 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. So what does that lead to? I think that what we were clear on as a group is that we didn't want to just address the challenge. We didn't want to just shine a light on something that even though it's shared is also pronounced in your community as well. It was important that we framed this from the beginning as an opportunity. And we do believe that there's an opportunity here to improve this over the next generation. The challenge is hyper complex and it's entangled with a number of existing systems, and these solutions are intergenerational in scope. Meaning starting today, we're not going to see results in this in 2 years. This is a long-term project, but the opportunities we believe as a team are huge, fundamental, and it's about unlocking this community's full potential, human potential as well. This is actually a chart that's part of our findings package. It shows a little bit about what I talked about in terms of the life progress of this issue and all the different cogs that are involved in this challenge from pre-K to post-secondary and beyond in the workplace. It's a systemic challenge that we think we can make a change on, but it's in starting in the right places where we know we can make an effort. And the approach to action for us was really about creating a menu. It wasn't about creating a checklist, meaning the actions that you're going to see here, we believe that every one of these actions can contribute in a way to progressing us forward to making a difference. And how did we get here? Well, we looked at the lived experience, one. We looked at the data, another. Tried to analyze those conditions and trends, created an inventory that's being taken on today, and established that common vision for where we think we're going to be in 20, 30, 40 years. And this vision is really that all youth in Athens-Clarke County, keyword being all, have a pathway to successful education and what we believe to be a meaningful career that leads then to a livelihood and a way to progress up that economic ladder and deliver a better lifestyle to their children. I just tacked on a lot there, didn't I? That's the statement right there, the vision. And we also know, in terms of approaching this problem, we're not naive to think that this is something that can be completely solved within the Athens context. And when we start to think about some of those determining factors, we're swimming in a sea of them. And really what we've tried to identify with this work are the things where we think we can really make a difference. Where we think that Athens, because of its current agency based on the organizations that are here, the individuals we know we hear, the resources that are here, the things we've identified are areas where we believe this community has an opportunity to make a difference. And we started to think about these in a number of factors and ways that individuals experience this thing called economic mobility. Family support, workforce development, stability, education, social capital. Those were 5 of these core determining factors that the group is landing on, with one cross-cutting factor that was identified, which is about race and equity. And that really is infused into every one of these determining factors in a way. So with the remaining minutes I've got left, and there are a few minutes I have left, I did just want to quickly highlight some of these determining factors and then open up for some questions and hopefully some answers, or at least some research questions for our team to move forward from here. Family support was a critical concern for this group, given that that is the essential unit that around which a student's development is based on. Some of these conditions and trends, and you'll see in the report, we've broken the research down here when we go into things that are pertinent to each of these chapters. And increasing reliance on food assistance, a lot of indicators here show that family support is a critical component of this question. What we thought about there, in which each of these has a supporting goal, is that families of all types are able to provide a stable and lasting foundation for their children by guaranteeing basic needs are met. Again, a large goal, an ambitious goal for sure, but we believe that that can be supported in this community by a couple of actions. I won't go into these in a lot of specificity because that's what the report has in it, but I will just point out quickly that for each of these we have a range between 2, 6, and 7 actions that we think are important menu items to be addressing this issue. Next important one is workforce development, we think is critical here. I talked about casting that wider net. I talked about an expanding local economy with mixed local impacts and some growing disparities that we see in divergences in personal prosperity and levels of personal prosperity. Our goal here is a community where local economic progress translates to increased personal prosperity through strong connections between employers and the youth development pipeline. And then we have 5 actions that we believe help to support that and connect that with some of your strong employers in this community. Another critical factor here is about stability, and I will be back up to talk a little bit more specifically about one of the tenets here. But we think stability is really about safety. It's really about connection. It's about that foundation from which a child launches its future, launches its education and its career. Housing is critical to this thing. Reliable and access to healthy foods, transit connections. All these things are important baseline conditions and measures that we considered in this work. Systems and trends that undermine the striving of individuals are identified and mitigated. Providing a solid and stable environment for youth development is our goal with stability, and 5 supportive actions for that as well. Education, of course, a critical component of this. We see growing disparities in attainment, I already mentioned that, and chronic levels of absenteeism, and also this idea of obtaining a credential or a diploma, how critical that is. Our goal in education is an environment where every student is prepared to pursue a post-secondary degree and or a meaningful career following graduation. Again, taking the emphasis off it purely being about post-secondary, and it'll be about creating a livelihood for that individual that they can pass on, and 4 actions that support that. And last, but certainly not least within our determining factors, is this idea of social capital. And that to us was really that web, that network, that interconnected net that really connects all of your organizations, your 400, 500 plus nonprofits that exist in Athens, your government institutions, your nonprofits, all those groups together, defining what that means and how those groups can be aligned behind this work. And it's with social capital, it's that youth observe a pathway to a secure livelihood as it illuminated by a strong network of engaged and, important word here, vested community partners. And we have 3 actions that support that as well. And last, but certainly not least in terms of our determining factors, is this cross-cutting factor. When we were doing our work, when we were doing our research and analysis, it became clear that with a lot of these conditions and trends, people of color were experiencing them most acutely. So what we wanted to reveal here, and you see in the actions indicated by our scissors icon, is that race and equity were critical components of this work. Addressing those issues, the idea of starting from behind, limited educational attainment, some of these data that were revealed, we had a goal for this, and that was to say that the designed or inherited racial inequities that affect an individual's ability to rise out of poverty are recognized, importantly, and mitigated to provide more equitable access to opportunity. And these actions are infused throughout the entire plan, and again, indicated by an icon that we've infused throughout. So, with that, the idea of what's next, and I know I've gone through this quickly, but I was asked to. The idea of what's next, this group has a lot of work to still be done. This is really the beginning of what we hope to be a long and effective conversation with you and with the public at large. But a greater socialization, I think, is really is called for here, for this work, for this issue, with the community, with leadership, with institutions, together to understand what we share and what we can do about this challenge. We believe as a team that it's important that we have a moment in time to announce this work, to discuss this work as a community, whether that's a mobility summit, whatever that ends up being called. We think it's important that we in a public way announce what we've done and incorporate some of those findings from that socialization tour. And then lastly, in terms of our third bullet here, formalize these recommendations by adding more detail and more flesh to this plan and really creating a strong implementation structure for what we do on day one of getting this work off the ground, for what we believe is an intergenerational challenge. It's an enormous challenge, but we believe it's also one worth working toward. So with that, I'll ask for some questions and hopefully be able to provide some answers. And I have great backstop here from my folks that were involved on the team as well. But thank you very much.
Melissa.
Yeah, I know there were a couple folks from the school district involved. Was there much outreach to teachers and directly to youth in any of this? I know there was data analysis, but was there any direct outreach to the kids who are actually experiencing this, or the teachers that would have some really clear knowledge of what the kids are experiencing?
Absolutely, Commissioner. I hope you don't mind if I turn around and see if anyone wants to jump in on these questions as they're asked. But that was really critical to this component. And Lawrence Harris, who was part of this work, they're in the trenches every day on these issues. One of the things that was really important to our team in crafting these recommendations and the data analysis as well is that it wasn't just about the data itself. It was about the data married to the emotion, the experience of these things as well. So whether it's the students' stories, whether it's about the parent stories, those things were part of the planning and part of this work absolutely throughout. And this process, I can say, having been part of it and coming into it late, I think it really involved a lot of the conversations that had been going on in your community kind of at the same time as well. So things, whether they're about equity, whether they're about the school district and transitions that may have been happening there, those conversations were always part of the overall pool of research and data that would really help to form these recommendations in the end.
Did you guys look at some of the past studies and processes that had been done, similar to this 20 years ago? It was Partners for Prosperous Athens and whatever it takes. Were those past studies kind of informing this process? Were they folded into it at all?
Sure, absolutely.
Because I was Providence-Shire juvenile court judge, and I was a part of the implementation and all the work on whatever it takes, and also the commission, the mayor's youth task force. That all of those things informed all the work that we did. And I really see, I'm glad you brought up whatever it takes, because that was the same goal. Our goal in whatever it takes was for every child in Athens-Clarke County to be on the way to a career or post-secondary education by July the 1st, 2020. And that was our goal then, and we didn't get the big grant, and we've continued the work quietly. Family Connection has still been doing all of that work, and that informed everything that we're doing in this project.
Thank you, Judge.
Right.
Thank you. I was wondering if the larger report addresses the role of UGA in impacting some of the housing disparities as well as the racialized wage gaps that we see here in Athens.
So, again, team behind me, if they to please indicate. So in terms of the housing, I think that's one of the critical things that we kind of landed on with as a group, is just how important that particular issue, and I know I'm kind of previewing what's about to be talked about as well, but how important that one particular issue was really to this challenge. Those data and that information, I think, was taken up even more so by the GIC team and delved into in more depth by that group. But here it was definitely recognized, especially within that stability section, just how important that particular issue. The idea of UGA, and Mariah, Commissioner, I may be forgetting your second question, but in terms of UGA's involvement, that was also critical. What having this institution in your backyard, how could they be further leveraged through this process and through some of these solution sets about what we need to be doing in the community as well? So there was definitely part of that conversation. I think that's the idea here with the socialization tour, and the next steps for the group is bringing them either further in the fold so that they can help to own some of these solutions, and also critically help to design potentially some of these actions as well to confront some of these issues, because we believe as a group that ownership is going to be really critical here. Dictating actions to the community, we don't believe is going to be as effective as if those solutions come from the community and they're taken on by them. And Commissioner, your second part of your question, I'm sorry.
So my question all in all was hoping to dig a little bit into just the role of UGA as our largest employer in the county, as well as a stakeholder in this project, whether or not like their insight and participation in the project was really drawing out some of the ways they can be part of these solutions, particularly around the issues of like living wage and the ways that the student population here is affecting the housing market.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think we will get into much more depth on that, I think, in the second presentation, just about those particular elements that affect that issue. But I think there's work to be done in terms of bringing UGA into the fold and understanding their impact, because that is a unique element in this community, especially when we think about economic mobility. That's a very unique component here, and it plays into a lot of this challenge. But it also could play in a lot to the solution as well.
Yeah. And so in your action plan, will these be items that we should address as a local government, or will they also be invited to take action on specific
They will be
items as well?
invited to take action.
Okay.
I think that when you think about the final action plan here, what you see written, these are things that are shared, that the responsibility for which are shared through a number of organizations and institutions. Obviously, government has a role, but it can't all be about government. And where we see progress being made around the country are in those areas, or in those places where there is those partnerships being formed. The good thing about, I think, this the NSEM process overall, and what's really unique and kind of inspiring about that work, is this idea of the cohort. So you all being involved with Greenville, with Jacksonville, but not only with those folks, with other folks that have been, other cities that have been involved in this process as well, and being able to learn from their successes, but also a lot of their challenges. Because Athens is the smallest community to have participated in this process by, I think, around 200,000 people. So of your scale, you're unique in this process, but you have the opportunity to learn from some of those bigger fish, what they've done, resources they've pulled into this, and what's been a challenge and what also has succeeded.
Russell?
You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that Athens is doing some things very well in comparison to the other communities. I'm wondering if you could highlight some of those for us.
Absolutely. Well, I think, number one, the fact that you actually even done this study indicates a lot to me about just how progressive and proactive a community this place can be. I think another indicator for that, and we talk about social capital, we look at the full network of nonprofits and institutions in your community. I'm preaching to the choir when I say this, but there are quite a few folks on that list, some of which are even redundant, but there's a lot of activity. I think that another element of that is about how do you create resources and how do you evaluate the efficacy of some of those groups and some of those programs as well. Because with a lot of that activity and hyperactivity, there's also not a lot of looking back and evaluating what's really been successful. And I think that may be a challenge for this community, is how do we assess what we've done well and what we maybe could do even better. But I think that web of active organizations is a very unique thing. Okay. As well as having very supportive government partners, I think, and a major institution we just talked about, UGA, folded into, and really the raison d'etre for your community as well.
One of your slides mentioned a problem with youth discipline in the schools. Could you flesh that out a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is not a stat that I think is unique in Athens, but it's one that's quite important when we think about disruptions to the educational process. I'm not really in a position to speak in a lot of depth about that particular one, but I know that when we had our interviews, we did a lot of background work in terms of what interrupts a student's progress from K to 12. That came up a lot about this idea of discipline and redundant discipline, and what that leads to in terms of both the individual psychology within its program and also just falling behind in the structure in that process as well. So I'm not going to be able to, unfortunately, Commissioner, answer that in great depth on the data, but I can definitely direct you in terms of the research to where we pulled that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
2 more questions.
Absolutely.
I saw one of your slides about the inflow and the outflow of jobs in this community, and I went to the census and saw that in 2015 there were 62,574 people employed in Athens-Clarke County. 40,061 are employed here, but they live outside the county. That's 64% of the amount employed. 36%, the remainder, of course, live and work here. Have you seen what effects does that have on our economy? How does that play into this study?
Well, Commissioner, and if you expanded that, if you made that longitudinal over time, what you're seeing is more and more people are commuting into your community to work. Meaning even while the employment, the overall labor force, the overall jobs number is growing, the percentage of those folks that are commuting from outside in has grown over time as well. And the impacts are numerous, I think, whether it's about just from a psychology of shared ownership in some of the community here, or it's about the sales tax, something as simple as that, where they spend their money that is earned in this community. So there's a myriad of impacts, I would say, to that. But one of the things that, in terms of the NSEM group and the work we did on front of this, when we talk about the interviews, when we talk to employers, we talk to large-scale employers, this idea of soft skills was really, really important to them and came up quite a bit. This idea that they, whether real or perceived, they can't find qualified workers in Athens-Clarke County. That's something that we did hear, not from one, but from several employers and large employers in your community as well, hence leading to that wider net, casting that wider net to fill out the employment. Because it's not as if they aren't hiring. It's not as if they aren't growing. It's just that they're finding it more and more difficult to find those qualified candidates inside your community. And we believe that's an opportunity. We believe that, in terms of that commuting, that's not a sustainable pattern over time. Getting bigger on the outside, we believe that those opportunities could be filled by people in Athens-Clarke County.
And my last question,
Sure.
as part of your work with this study, were there any sort of wage studies for major employers that were incorporated as part of the work that you've done with this study?
So, Commissioner, I think that's something that could add even more flesh and illuminate even more here if that work could be done. I think what the difficulty with wage studies is we tend to rely on the census for that information or the American Community Survey, but that's something that we could be doing in an anonymous way to understand just how much folks are making in the community and where that livable wage kind of threshold is, right? And what that relates to in terms of housing cost of living and those things. I think that could only add richness, Commissioner, if we were able to do that work.
And what might be the entity that would conduct such a wage study?
Difficult to say. I think the Economic Development Group obviously would be in pretty good position having the relationships they do with some of the local employers. I think planning could be involved in that as well. I'm probably not the best one to answer that, Commissioner, but it's definitely a study I've seen done in other communities, typically done in a very anonymous way, not to give away any of the information of those employers, but at least to get that survey of what folks are earning in your community.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Avita.
Just a little bit of history. How long has NSEM been working on projects like this? I'm wondering about data in other cohorts prior to this, and I'm sure that the commission probably knows. The former commission probably knows these answers, but I'm kind of trying to figure out, for other cities that have used your service, is there data or is there a narrative of the success that they had?
Can you answer that?
Absolutely.
So, several years ago, we learned of an opportunity with a nonprofit out of Durham, MDC, who this is the first time they've done this. And so we were lucky enough to be in the first cohort, if you will.
What's the first time?
This is the first time that the Southern Network for Economic Mobility, they created it a couple years ago, 3 years ago. They put out a call for people that were interested, or cities that were interested in it. We partnered with the school district. You have to apply, you have to be accepted, you have to pay for some of the assistance from MDC. And so we had to select an 8-member team that represented different sectors. And they have spent going through old studies, old data, new studies, new data. They would go to meetings with these other cities and discuss what they were doing, best practices, what's making a difference for you. Kyle works for Planning Next, and we hired him to help this group of 8 people who have other jobs kind of pull all this together, because there was you've got to present. This can't be just another exercise in talking. There has to be some deliverables, there has to be some analysis completed, and Kyle, we retained Kyle to help us bring it to the finish line.
So we are the first cohort.
That's right. Along with
We are so.
Greenville, Jacksonville, Chattanooga, and us.
All right, so you hear the question I'm asking. This is the first time this has been done with this group. That's all.
Now, they've started their second cohort, so they're going to continue this.
Well, that's on them. I'm worried about us.
Okay.
Tim?
So I think building on a little bit of what Commissioner Parker was asking, specifically with the race and equity factor, I'm curious if we dug into another level to explore what created that factor, meaning what the history of developments are that created it, the entities that contributed to it, how we got to that situation. Because I feel like that's the part we really need to get to so that we can understand how to fix it, make sure it never happens again, and also understand all of the entities that have a responsibility and to the level of their responsibility they have to take on this issue.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And the team, again, can jump in at any point on this, but in terms of the process here, before I really came into the fold and helped to bring all this together, one of the very initial activities that the group participated in was this idea of creating the community timeline, the community history timeline. Typically, when you do that, it's about accomplishments. Typically, when you do that, it's about success stories. But in reality, in this case, what MDC, a group out of Greenville, was challenging Athens to think through, and Jacksonville and the other communities, it was the real timeline that led to the current state of affairs. Whether those have to do with negative stories, whether those have to do with things that don't really necessarily paint the community in the best light, but having that full timeline out there, along with some of the entities that may have been involved in creating those inequities that exist today. It's difficult with our work because, as you can tell just by the title itself, this is inherently, and we try to structure it in a way, forward-looking, optimistic, progressive, moving beyond the current condition. But that was certainly part of the work that went into this, and what led to that cross-cutting factor being identified as such, meaning that race equity question has a piece of every one of those other determining factors: workforce development, education, and so on. Does that answer that in a certain way?
It did in a certain way. And is that what you're talking about there, that timeline and the creation of that timeline, is that in the final report? Is that involved there?
It's not currently in the final report, but I think there's opportunity to, through this work, actually develop a pretty considerable or pretty significant appendix of work that really backs, because it's difficult with a 40-page document. It seems thin given the gravity of what we're discussing. If the full appendix and the timeline of the group's work were exposed, that'd be a much weightier document. So I think there's definitely opportunity to pull that in to show the methodology and some of the thinking that was involved to get to that point.
Okay, and I guess just my own personal comment on I also want to be very optimistic. I am optimistic. I'm very optimistic. That's why I'm here. And I feel like we have good things to do, but I really feel like that is also very dependent upon us understanding our current situation, but also the history that brought us there and the entities that created that history. So yeah.
Absolutely. That's fair comment.
Andy?
Thanks. I actually wanted to follow up on Commissioner Edwards' observation. So we're both looking at the census map here, which I think is really interesting. And he indicated that of the 63,000 people that work in the county, approximately 64% live outside the county but work within the county. But the converse of that is that 46% of the people that live in Clarke County work outside the county.
Right.
And I was wondering, do you have any data on where they work, what kinds of economic sectors, geographically, whatever?
There's an excellent tool, Commissioner. I'm glad you brought that up. There's an excellent tool called the Lowe's data set that's based on W-2 information from the IRS that we can use to actually understand pretty specifically where those people work and what they earn and what they do and what their racial demographic makeup looks like. And that's something that, through the Envision process with a lot of the targeted analysis, we really dug into in a lot of depth. Because what we found in that research was that those people that live in your community but commute outside earn significantly more than the people that live outside of your community and commute in, or those that cycle, meaning those that live here, work here. Those folks earn significantly more. They're more likely to own a home. They're more likely to be white. There's a number of things that when we look at these, look at that data, you can parse that pretty significantly. And Commissioner, that'd be something that I'd be happy to follow up with some more information on that, if that'd be useful.
I think that would be helpful, especially as one of the recommendations talks about, regional linkages.
Absolutely. Yeah. And in terms of, Commissioner, to your point about where they work, that's a little bit harder to, it's easy to determine, but it's not one particular location. I think North Atlanta obviously is a hot spot, but it's really all over the region.
Yeah, I would like to see some information on
Absolutely.
that. Absolutely.
And in terms of resources too, this Opportunity Atlas, which you can kind of see in the background here, that the link to that is actually in the report, and I would really recommend that you all take a look at that interactive tool. It's very, very interesting.
I've used that with my class. It's a really quite interesting website.
Melissa?
So I'm looking at these environmental factors, and the majority of them are greatly, greatly informed by housing and neighborhood issues. Family support, stability, social capital, and race and equity. When you live in a stable community, your neighbors become your extended family. And very often, these neighborhoods, race and equity is the determining factor as to where you live, especially in the South where we're doing this work. And social capital, the people you most interact with tend to be the people you live near. So as we move on to our discussion about housing in the GIC, we really need to let this study inform us as we move forward in solving our affordable housing issues and seek those diverse neighborhoods where these environmental factors can happen. So I just wanted to make that observation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right.
Thank you. I had a quick question about how soft skills are defined within the scope of your study.
Soft skills is always a nebulous term, but I think it's used quite a bit.
Yeah.
And it's something that we may want to actually provide a specific definition for in the report. But in terms of what we were hearing, how I was hearing it through the interviews that were conducted in this process with employers, it was really about those abilities, about expectations of being on time to work. Absenteeism, making sure that you're there, is showing up, communication skills. It's really that suite of skills that some of us take for granted that make us feel like we belong in a professional or a workplace environment. And we think that they're intuitive, we think that they're just inherited, but they're really not. And they're developed through a number of means, whether it's through the K through 12 system, whether it's through that family support backstop. There's a number of contributors to there, and that soft skill thing did come up a lot, Commissioner, but a great specific definition for it did not. So I think we maybe as a team need to apply our own judgment there.
Okay, because I've often seen it or heard it applied, particularly in the realm of communication skills, to kind of delineate some cultural boundaries
Yeah.
regarding if you speak a dialect of English that is not the mainstream or adhere to some cultural traditions that might be outside of the quote-unquote mainstream. And so ensuring that when we're looking at soft skills, things like, punctuality and stuff of that sort, I think a lot of employers can expect, but the expectation to have a certain cultural background, a lot of these things are socialized by the communities that you grow up in, that employability is not being determined by where you come from and who you are on racial bounds, which may be contributing to some of the racial inequities we're seeing here.
Absolutely. And I can say that, again, in that work, in those interviews, that idea of teachability, meaning a growth in a position, I think was critical as part of that soft skill definition, as well as just those basics about reliability of an individual and of an employee. Less so that what you mentioned in terms of things that could be interpreted in a number of ways and maybe aren't part of that soft skill definition. Thank you, Commissioner.
Evita?
I think Commissioner Link might have brought it up earlier, and Commissioner, what's your name?
The guy
Harris,
sits next
the
to me.
guy next to me and the guy next to him. We're talking about regional, and so I know this is Athens, but we do have a regional link, especially when you look at the data about where people are living at and who's commuting in and who's commuting out. My question is, has there or was there any correspondence with the Northeast Georgia Regional Development? I know they've done a lot of research. They have a study also that dictated almost some of the exact things you've presented.
Mm-hmm.
So has there been a conversation since now it's out there that we have folk going out of the county working and folk coming in. So is that a consideration, or has anybody even talked with them?
Let me lean back, Commissioner, on my team and see how that may have been integrated as part of this.
Any regional commission links?
Any
in this
commission
work?
No, I don't think so. We have information regarding these other questions and additional data, but that specific resource was not accessed. We did access many other resources, and if you would like, we can always add additional information or maybe some other factoids to the appendix, but we did not actually access that particular resource.
I think, Commissioner.
I was, and I think this is just where we're just, shooting ideas back and forth. This is not a criticism. This is just some thought. And if you can add that data, I think it would, especially since it came up about where people are living at and working at, coming into Athens and going out of Athens, I think it would be helpful for both entities. So it really is a suggestion.
One thing I'd make note of, Evita, just having interacted with the Regional Commission over the last couple of years, is that the Northeast Georgia Regional Commission and the others are very much looking at those intercity transportation needs lately. I mean, the kind of recognition in the region like ours that people may live in Commerce and work in Athens, or live in Athens and work in Winder, and unless you own a vehicle, there's no transportation option. And sort of glancing over to Commissioner Herod, because I think about how in the UK you can easily live in Bath and work in Manchester and so forth, and that just doesn't exist here. But
Not that you necessarily want to.
Commissioner, I think, piggybacking on what the mayor has said here, those data and that information and that perspective is really critical, because this is really a boundaryless challenge, right? I mean, this is something that, obviously we focused here particularly on Athens-Clarke County, but when we think about this in terms of a regional, in terms of regional context, a lot of these things are shared among your surrounding counties, but also around the surrounding region as well. I think why we did tend to focus, though, on your boundary is that's where you have the greatest capacity to make a specific change, meaning you have sovereignty over this area, you can do the work here. But it's not to say that we can't incorporate some of that work as well.
And just not to continue this conversation, but I think if we're going to have this pathway to prosperity, people who do not live here are not going to feel like they have no skin in the game. They're going to come, make money, and go home. So we need to figure out how we work with folk that are here. And so that was the only reason.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner.
Tim?
I guess just to finish up here, what is our future moving forward like with the other cohorts? I see some of the what's next year. I guess I'm curious about the network component, since we're calling this. What is that component looking like moving forward? What resources are we going to get from that network?
Mm-hmm. And that's a great question. I think that the team, again, wants to jump in on any of this. Absolutely, yeah.
So, being part of the network, there was a tremendous amount of information and learning that went on, data that we received nationwide, access to training and professionals, people from the Federal Reserve Banks, people from two-generation projects, which we have one of in Athens, if you didn't know, like all kinds of ways of changing the way that we think about this. That's really what the project was about. There is a final convening for our cohort in May that hopefully most of our team can attend. And then there is talk about continuing to be part of the network. And of course, there's information that's constantly being disseminated from the network to all of the members. And now that this report is presented, I think, we feel free to pass that on to anybody who's interested, so that could be shared with all the commissioners, with the mayor, with the manager. It's all been building up to this report. I think the main thing that came out of this for me, I'm sitting in juvenile court, I'm seeing a lot of disadvantaged youth, is changing the conversation and learning how employment has changed. How we think about the workforce is governed so much by what we think of as tradition, and it's all different now. And we've just learned a lot about the rapid rate of change and acceleration of change, and how we need to think of valuing every kind of education, all kinds of skilled labor, and stop it in emphasizing only maybe one or two things, and just broadening how we look at it. And that includes regional, because we want to be able to attract valuable employers to our whole region, and so it all works together, and it's just been an exciting journey, and there's just so much more to do. And I want to convey to all of you the enthusiasm that I think every member of the team has, and that this work is continuing. It is really just beginning. So anyway, my 2 cents.
Kyle, can you talk a little bit about what the calendar may look like in regard to the what's next steps? When could we expect some of those things to unfold?
Absolutely. I think right now with the team, Q1 for us is really focused on this socialization. Obviously, you're the first one of these conversations that we've had, and we want to learn from this conversation too. So as you read the report, as you look through this presentation, obviously we've got some great suggestions about data, definition that we could be applying here. There's other suggestions you have when you dig in. This is all part of our learning process, but Q1 for us is really all that socialization tour. We'd like to go out to the groups that we've kind of assigned softly to do some of this work and see how they, number one, if they know about this challenge, and number two, how they feel about being part of the solution. Q2 for us is where we like to target for our summit, the idea of actually going out, having that event, announcing what we've learned, and launching the implementation, Mayor.
And then there's...
I'm sorry, I can't be more specific.
No, it's all right. And then kind of when would we anticipate a package of formal recommendations?
I believe that would happen after that summit, so it's part of that Q2 as well.
Any other questions for Kyle?
Yeah.
All right. I think, are you sticking around for Dick?
I think I'll be right back
All
up
right.
here. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thanks for everybody who participated. Lawrence, good to see you. All right, we're going to slide right into Dick.
I guess they rearranged the schedule.
Yeah.
Mayor and Commission, I think I can confidently say that the GIG team has never been more excited than we are this evening. We understand it's not the end of the process, but it is a good juncture for us to be able to present this to you today. Our purpose this evening is to present the final report and the recommendations of the Athens team of the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing, and Kyle will also be continuing that presentation for us shortly. What exactly is GIG? Athens-Clarke County was one of just 5 Georgia communities selected to participate in the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing program for 2016 through 2018. This 3-year program of technical assistance and cross-communication community participation has significantly helped us to improve our community's quality of life and has provided additional access to information that we have implemented and hope to show you tonight. The Athens team is multidisciplinary, and much like the NSEM team, it was also an opportunity for us to collaborate as a community. Our mission, after much consideration and much evaluation of many of Athens-Clarke County's affordable housing needs, we determined that our specific mission would be to increase access to affordable rental housing for Athens-Clarke County residents, specifically by targeting challenged multifamily developments for major redevelopment. How did we get here? In 2015, Athens-Clarke County committed to participating in the GIG program. There was a process. It was not simply given to us. GIG is quite competitive, and I wanted to make that clear that this is not a freebie for everyone. From 2016 to now, we have attended retreats, 2 retreats annually, and we have worked diligently to identify affordable housing needs and potential resources. We've also worked to produce community housing work plan with well-defined objectives and goals and best practices, something that can actually be put into practice. And finally, in September of last year, we were able to complete our 3-year commitment to the program. But with GIG, you never graduate because you're never done. And we know that we won't be done until affordable housing is accessible to all Athens-Clarke County residents. Again, I am going to identify and recognize these stakeholders because we put in many, many, many hours of work into this program. And for those who may not know who the stakeholders are, I think it's important to be able to put names to faces. With the Athens-Clarke County government, we have, of course, our mayor and Commissioner Denson. And prior to their representation on the team, we had former Commissioners Dickerson and Bell, both of whom were going to try to be here tonight, but I don't see them. We have the Assistant County Manager, Justin Johnson. We have Doug Hansford, Director of the Building Inspection and stand up. I think you should be recognized. Thank you, sir. Of course, we have the Housing and Community Development, and just like with NSEM, my staff really, in its entirety, was a part of this GIG process. So my entire staff is here for this and for CDBG, and so I do appreciate them. Rick Parker, the Executive Director of Athens Housing Authority. Stand up, Rick. Heather Benham, Executive Director of Athens Land Trust. CC Mercer, the Business Manager for Athens Area Habitat for Humanity. And I don't see Spencer. I don't want to overlook anyone. Julianne Geddes, the Program Director for Athens Area Homeless Shelter. I don't think Julianne was able to make it. Shay Post, and, well, Shay Post is also with the Homeless Shelter. We have Laura Alexander with Advantage Behavioral Health Systems. And of course, we have our former school board member and realtor, Ms. Carol Williams. Stand up, Carol. May as well. The University of Georgia was represented with 2 different members, Alice Kinman with Terry College of Business, and Sharon Liggett with the Archway Partnership with the university. The Archway Partnership actually houses the entire GIG program for the state. So we certainly appreciate the resource that she has been to us. And Erin Barger, the Envision Athens project manager, was also a participant and a stakeholder. And if I missed anyone, speak now, forever hold your peace. Okay. I don't think that was robbery or a waste of time, because we have certainly put forth a lot of time into this process. Now, part of the issue for GIG, or one of the issues that we considered, was not only the importance of affordable housing, but the role that it plays in almost every aspect of our community and every aspect of life and the needs of the people that we were focused upon. But we also wanted to point out that the GIG process, the GIG report, and the very issues that we are targeting, the very issues that we are combating, are quite in line with the countywide goals. They are already supporting GIG through Envision Athens, the Clarke County Comprehensive Plan, and even the Mayor Commission's strategic commitments. So we hope that you don't consider this a waste of time, and I will turn this over now to Kyle.
Hello again. Great to be back, and to be back. I've been put in the position, just as I was with NSEM, of helping this team not complete their work, not conduct their work, but pull their work together to develop a final package of recommendations, and also supporting context and research that really led to the conclusions that this group has as a team. Again, I'm Kyle May with Planning Next. It's another tremendous opportunity here for me to learn a lot more about your community and a lot more about this issue that you share with a number of places around the Southeast and indeed around the country as well. Again, I want to reiterate, I'm just representing this group right now. I'm simply the mouthpiece, again, tip of the iceberg, just as I was with NSEM. I've got a lot of folks behind me that when we get to some of this question and answer can backstop a lot of those specific questions that you may have. But I'll do my best to represent their work well and to go through this deliberately. Let me get my iWatch going again to keep me on track. All right. So I hope all of you had a chance at least to peruse the report itself. There is still a draft on there. Again, just like with NSEM, we would like your support and your feedback into this document. I'm very excited to present these findings. What's clear with this group is that there's a tremendous amount of questions that were asked. Maybe not all of them answered, but at minimum asked by this work. The data, the analysis, the work really proves that out. This final briefing report is again but the tip of a very, very large set of findings that the group has come to, along with research that they've done. In terms of our outline for this evening and what we'd like to get through with the report and into questions from you all, is the idea of the importance of this issue, just how critical this is, what are the trends, because the snapshot is not so important to us. The snapshot just tells you where you are. What we want to know is the snapshot compared to a previous one. How are things trending in Athens-Clarke County? How urgent is this issue today? And in order to get there, we got to provide a little background and context, both from a national perspective and perhaps most importantly from a local perspective. We want to tell you what our vision is for this particular issue, and then we want to wrap up with some approach and actions. We think it was important for this group that we got to some projects, policies, and programs that you can be forwarding that can start to make a difference on this very large challenge, again, that is shared. And lastly here, what's next? I think we'd like to have a conversation a little bit about that and some questions from you all about where we head after this evening. So if we can start, from the beginning here, and if I can say that number one, this work, like all this work in such muddy water, is not perfect, nor is it done, nor is it completely set in terms of what the actions and who's responsible. And we've got the plan set. We've got a beginning point, a starting point that's based on some solid research and some great interviews that were done along the way. But we think that there's a call to action here. And that call to action is that quality affordable housing is an essential need. It's an also increasingly difficult need to meet in this community. There's some things that support this in this place that are specific to Athens that we want to get into. But it's also the idea that there's some resonance and recognition of this challenge both locally here and around the country as well. There's some significant momentum in your community, whether it's with Envision or it's about the well-being or it's about your comprehensive plan. I know that that's mandated by the state, but that work is really a great framework and backbone for this type of work you can be doing, most specifically at a parcel level. We just talked about NSEM before I got to this particular presentation, and I think it was already mentioned by some of the commissioners how closely these things are aligned, and many other processes. As you know, you're a well-planned community. You've done a lot of planning over the years, and a lot of things have suggested that housing is a critical issue to be confronting. And we believe that as a group that now is the time to challenge the status quo and consider how we can be achieving more, because there is an urgency to this question that we'll talk about a little bit more. We got to, as a group, I think when I first came into this, the full name for this was the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing, Athens. It was a very, very long name. And what we're trying to boil this down is what's the essential? What are we trying to do here? In reality, what we're trying to do with individuals in Athens is find home. It's a stabilizing force for human development. There's a demonstrated correlation that is kind of intuitive between a safe and stable housing and childhood development. We also know that growing markets can be more volatile when it comes to affordability. That growth leads to speculation. That speculation leads to change in price and cost and supply and demand. And as affordability decreases, there is a downward pressure, not just on low-income folks, but on moderate-income folks as well. We talked a little bit about that when we talked about commuting patterns here. Some important data that we'll get to as well. And finding home, critical point here, can be difficult and can be increasingly difficult for folks, especially in the lowest income bracket. And it's a foundation issue. Stable, affordable housing, when you think about Maslow's triangle, it's right down there at the bottom, shelter. Stable and affordable housing, it's critical to human development. There's a deepening divide then between affordable and non-affordable. But we also believe as a team that having gone through all this data and all this work, that there's an opportunity to make a difference. And that's why we've done the work, and that's why we've gotten to the actions. We think that existing organizations in your community have a lot of capacity and could be doing even more. There's some that exist here that are really unique for a community your size around the country. So we want to enable them to do the work that they're capable of. And you've also demonstrated a will to address this issue as well, whether it's through processes like the Athens Wellbeing, whether it's through processes like Envision or the comprehensive plan. Now, before we get into the specific presentation on conditions, this definition of affordable can be tricky. And just as with the soft skills the discussion we had with NSEM, I think affordable is something that we want to talk about here from the beginning. There's a number of ways of measuring this. Some are quantitative, but a lot of them are also qualitative. There's data you can involve, but storytelling and experience is also critical here. Benchmarking is very, very critical in this conversation, meaning where are you today versus where you were yesterday in terms of affordability. And connecting data with experiences for us as a team really help to illuminate the full picture, meaning data tells you only so much. You have to connect that data to real lived experience to understand what the situation is. Some of those measures on the right we'll get into a little bit more in terms of the quantitative and the qualitative, but pointing out these firsthand accounts and experiences along with stakeholder interviews and past planning processes as well. So we've done this work because we believe that there is an opportunity to make a difference on this challenge, but we also believe that a tailored approach is one that's going to be most effective in your community. And it also is tied to some realistic, both expectations and is realistic about the resources you have to devote to this particular issue. This is a community that pays attention to a lot of stuff, and that's a really, really good thing. We have to be realistic with this plan and with this work, where we can really make a difference versus where we need to influence others to help us make a difference. It's a utilization of strong data, benchmarking, holistic view, looking at the full market, trying to inventory those effective people into agencies, organizations that are out there to really reveal the gaps where we think as a group we can make the greatest impact, both in the short term and then ultimately in the long term. And in order to get there, we had to find a focus, and we did that by asking a couple of, well, three really big questions. Where is the greatest need? Where can we make the greatest impact? And then where can we leverage the private market and existing organizations and agencies to really help us along this path of providing more affordable housing in your community, providing for a great need? So I need to back up a little bit. That's an overview of our purpose as a group. It's an overview of the focus of this process overall, which was an ambitious one. But in terms of the background, and Deborah really provided a much better overview than I ever could with the GIC, they're intentionally organized, this group, the GIC group, to include diverse stakeholders. And I think that's really important when you think about creating a successful plan. This is a very complicated issue. And involving stakeholders that really are shining lights on different sides of the issue can be very helpful to illuminate the challenge at the center of it all. This GIC team works to really work together, to pull data together, to do research, to do analysis, to think through some of these stakeholder interviews and work with each other, to develop goals, objectives, and create progress and challenges and accomplishments, and then offer training. The GIC has been a really interesting program in terms of the way it's also cohorted, working with other communities from around Georgia, learning from each other. A little bit different issue than what we had in NSEM, where Athens was one of the smaller communities that had ever done the work. In the case of Athens and within GIC, one of the larger communities that have ever done this type of work. But still a lot to be learned from around the state of Georgia and really around the country in this space as well. The process for the team was threefold, really to identify through data analysis some of those greatest needs, some of those challenges that are out there, to learn from best practices, but to learn from that data, from that learned experience, and to do this thing that we don't always do. I think a lot of communities are really good at the first two, identifying issues, learning about those issues, but what do you do about it? That third piece was critical to this team. The creation of a set of strategies to help move us forward in this space was really important to this team and was a focus of the work itself. And some goals here for the process was to uncover the issues and needs, to evaluate some of those existing studies that are out there. It's important that this group recognize just with NSEM that this isn't the first time we've looked at this, and there's a lot of good information. We shouldn't ignore that in the process. And then ultimately, just as they had in forming the GIC team, to collaborate, to partner, to develop research, and to think about how those partnerships could be leveraged moving forward to actually do the work and to get things moving in your community on this. And in terms of a statement, as you'll all see it reflected in the report itself, the focus is about engaging Athens-Clarke County and housing partners in a process to develop strategies that will yield more affordable rental housing in the community. And we'll talk a little bit about how we got to that focus statement as we back up and talk a little bit about the context. But in terms of applying what we learned, it did reveal an acute need for affordable housing in Athens, and one that may be growing with time. We talked a little bit about some of the challenges overall with NSEM, but this is a complex and systemic issue. It's got multiple variables. No one's saying it's easy, and no one's saying it's simple. Otherwise, a lot of communities would be doing this pretty quickly and pretty efficiently. But the recommendations that we collected as a team, we believe are things that you can be doing, meaning Athens-Clarke County can be doing, and not necessarily just the government, but the community as a whole can be doing to address this issue. Their projects, their policies, their programs, their actions really, right? They're discrete menu items that we believe either taken as a whole or taken individually can help progress you forward, which is the critical thing that we've landed on, what you need to be doing. In terms of context, I mentioned how you're not alone. Well, you all know you're not alone. Housing has become quite a hot button issue around the country. A lot of communities are talking about this. It's a growing challenge, especially in growing metro areas. We see Americans are very footloose. They move on average 11 times in their life. A lot of them, I'm from the Midwest, are abandoning from the Midwest to come down this way. There's issues with that. I mean, a growing community is great, but it comes with challenges as well. But important to point out, this is not just a big city problem. I think there's a little bit of a misconception that this is an issue that only San Francisco and New York are dealing with. But housing affordability is something that's shared by all communities of choice, communities that are growing and are attracting people. Increasing housing costs, an important thing to point out here, are not keeping up with wage growth. There's a divergence that's happened here over the last 20 years especially that have contributed to this unaffordability. Some other contributing factors, and I won't go into each of these in great depth, but you can read even more in the report what we have here, but growing costs of construction, increasing demand, stagnating or diminishing wages in some cases. The recession obviously didn't help here. In a lot of this, what we're seeing are sort of legacy factors from that recession. Insecurity and inadequacy, we'll talk a little bit about this in relation to Athens and why we need to think more local about this challenge. We're seeing less of a guaranteed backstop from federal and state support on this particular issue. That well is drying pretty quickly. And then the idea of the spectrum of needs, this is not a simple issue. We talk about defining what workforce housing is all the way down to what homelessness actually means, right? What does it mean to be homeless? These are hard things to define. They all contribute to the sort of the muddy conversation about unaffordability with housing. Obviously difficult to see, but just some things I would flash up there, kind of show the complexity of the national picture and how this is becoming a topic that's quite in vogue, especially again as we enter an election season. Those three arrows are really important to me: the median family income growth, consumer price index, average housing cost. That's a national picture. That's something that you share in Athens as well. That's where that lack of affordability is starting to grow. The cost of building of housing, the cost of renting housing is growing in America, and it's growing at a pace it's faster than median family income. At the same time, our consumer price index is growing faster than median family income as well. We see a decrease in federal funding. All these things are contributing to this thing on the right, which is, I know you can't read, but you may be able to read in the report as well, is the complexity of this issue, the supply side influences and the demand side influences. On those three circles, what you see are those local sphere of control, state and regional sphere versus the national thing, and how that affects this conversation. And then lastly, on the right here, connecting in some of that emotion, connecting in some of the stakeholder. I'm sure a lot of you have probably read the book Evicted, and how that's shine a light on this particular issue from a number of individuals' perspective on housing insecurity and what that means to live that life. The data aside, but what it means to live the life of housing insecurity, in this case in Milwaukee. If we focus in on Athens, as we know, and as you probably all can intuit, Athens is not immune to these national trends. There's a lot of things that are being affected here. These characteristics and data that relate to Athens, they can really be in, I mean, it's not a perfect way to organize this, and I pardon the alliteration, but it's a way of illuminating this from a couple of different angles. The people thing, the data related to population growth, poverty, income, those demographic pieces. Products, meaning what's here, where do people live, what do they live in, what does that structure look like, what's the pipeline for that, what are the trends? And those particulars, what are those unique factors you probably know about in Athens that people will go, well, yeah, but we're a college town. Or yeah, but we're the smallest county in Georgia, right? Those particulars that make this challenge even a little bit more acute in Athens, or could contribute to some unique solutions, as we'll talk about a little bit later. So what I'd like to do here is very quickly dive into each one of these three, and then start to transition as we talk about what this group intends to do about this particular issue. We talk about demographic and conditions and trends within Athens. Obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is this idea of the poverty rate. Now, just as within Envision, you can correct that poverty rate for the student population, and we've done that. When you think about 37 to about 28% when you correct that information, it's still high in the state of Georgia, even when you make that correction. And when you parse that out across age groups, what you see, the age group that's most likely to live in poverty is not necessarily the student population, but it's those youngest Athenians, those under the age of 5 or under the age of 17. HUD calculations are really critical when we think about affordable housing, when we actually have to apply a definition. And for our case, it's 30% of median income, and that's critical. When HUD does its calculations, it does consider the community. It does consider the context. And some of those numbers are referenced in here, so I did just want to point that out. Cost burdening is another thing that we'll talk a little bit more about when we show some of these charts. But cost burdening, I'm sure you've probably heard of this in the past, but it means how much of your income do you have to devote to rent or to a mortgage? Typically what they say is about 35% or below is a healthy. Anything above that means you're cost burdened. Anything above 45 means you're significantly burdened by rent or by mortgage for that matter. There's a significantly larger share of renters in your community. I think that sort of makes sense with the type of community you are. A higher share of cost burden renters compared to the state and the country as a whole. And then based on your fair market rate, this is some data that's starting to come out there right now that looks at the living wage, or excuse me, the minimum wage in your community, and what you would basically need to work in your community to afford a fair market rent apartment in your community based on that rent. And based on their calculations, that's about an 83-hour work week right now to afford that 2-bedroom home. That does not assume that 2-bedroom home is available for you, by the way. So that doesn't assume supply. That just assumes what you would need to be able to get to that point of affording that unit. This graph, what this shows in terms of the bars, in the smaller bar you see the state of Georgia, in the thicker bar you see Athens-Clarke County. We start to layer on top of that those brackets that are defined by HUD in terms of extremely low income, and workforce. We hear workforce brought up a lot when we think about housing. We think about this conversation of housing. Sometimes when people say workforce, what they're referring to is workforce and down, meaning the full spectrum of affordable housing. Sometimes what they're referring to is really just that segment, meaning that small segment between, say, 35K up to 69 in that case. In the case of what we've been focusing on here, we think that there's a need to really address that low-income bar and down. As you see, Athens has a higher share of families in each of those segments in less than 10, 10 to 14, and 15 to K. So we think there's a great need there defined by the demographics.
I just want to clarify something on the graph. So the number above the bars, what is that to indicate?
That's indicating the number of families, basically the overall number of families in Athens-Clarke that are in that segment.
Okay.
And I should mention when it comes to the numbers, we're looking for an order of magnitude. Don't pay attention maybe to that last number, even the 10, but it's more about the order of magnitude as we go along. Absolutely. A couple of other graphs I think are really important here. We think about the Athens context. The one on the right, we talk about the cost burdening threshold. How do you compare to the state? I talked about that over 35% and beyond. You're significantly higher than the state of Georgia in that, beyond that threshold. We think about the rent versus own. This is a renter community overall. And we think about who is renting. The renter income is significantly lower compared. I mean, a lot of that is sort of maybe inherently obvious, but is lower than that of the homeowners in your community as well. What does this all lead us to? And obviously there's a lot more backing information that's part of the report itself I would lead you to. Higher levels in poverty mean more Athenians are significantly burdened by their housing costs.
Excuse me.
Absolutely.
Is the renter-occupied housing percentage corrected for the student population?
It is not corrected for the student population, but it certainly could be.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
certainly. The other side of this, again, another light shining on this challenge is about the products. So these are about the supply side factors of this challenge in your community. You know, population growth is going to limit supply. One of the things that we point out here is just in terms of your waiting list for just the authority right now in terms of to get to those assisted housing products, almost 2,700 folks or families that are on that wait list right now. One thing, though, that we do see that's really interesting in the Athens context that's pretty unique is this idea of a variety of housing types. That becomes a critical question across the country when we think about this idea of the missing middle. Perhaps you all have heard of this concept about housing that is not single family or it's not apartment complexes, but it's somewhere in between. It's the housing that we built sort of up into and just beyond World War II. Duplexes, triplexes, grandma lots, those unique types of ways of making better use and impact on a parcel beyond just a single family or apartment complex. You have quite a bit of that actually in your community, and that really is an asset when we think about some of the potential solutions here.
For that, that would be possibly some of the student housing styles that are like the quads that would be.
That would not be considered within this, no, because that is really lumped into what we consider apartment complex or the 20 units or above. That's a great clarifying point, yes. And again, the supply side, we think about raising costs here. Home ownership for, especially the folks that we just described, are kind of be coming out of reach in this community. Limited amount of product just in general, based on the size, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But also, in terms of what folks are making, the ability to get to that level where you can actually compete for those houses is difficult. Half the rental properties are marketed. You've obviously got the student population that's here as well that really changes the dynamics here compared to some other comparable cities. This housing inventory thing is interesting on the bottom right. This is really looking at the for sale housing. You actually have a smaller amount of units per capita in your community, meaning the actual housing units per capita, there's a smaller amount in Athens compared to the population. An interesting thing that actually leads to more competition for those scarce units. The divergence of these two lines also leads to some issues when you talk about affordability and growing costs with housing, whether it's rental or it's owner occupied. The population growth is outstripping the growth in housing. And what we usually see in communities is that there's a boom in population growth, then there's a subsequent boom in housing unit production. You had that in your community, but most recently, from 2010 to 2017, population growth has actually started to outpace housing unit growth in your community for a number of reasons we're going to talk about here. We talk about, again, some of the supply side conditions.
Maybe this is what you're discussing. So there's a 7% population growth and 2% housing growth. Do you have the population growth and the housing growth split by socioeconomic category?
We can certainly do that, Commissioner.
In other words, I mean, it's one thing to have not enough, $300,000 houses, and it's another thing to have not enough $100,000
Right.
houses relative to the population growth.
Absolutely. And we do have that data. I think that we would want to include as part of an appendix of this, Commissioner, just to go into greater depth on that particular issue. That's a great clarifying point. Again, in terms of products, trying to think about that home ownership, qualifying for home ownership in this community, this is always going to be a snapshot because obviously this is a fickle statistic when you think about the average sale price or the average construction price for new build. But this is some of the divergence we're starting to see between the difference between the affordable price based on the area, median income, the average sale price, and then the average price of new construction on the right. We talked about some of those trends nationally and the cost of construction going up. That's really affecting that right bar. And then on the far left, again, some calculation that we've done as a team is to take then the affordable price based on the average renter income, meaning what would you need a house to be priced at for you to escape the renter cycle to go into that home ownership cycle. And what we see is there is a difference of almost $75,000 between the affordable price and then that price for those that are in that loop right now today. Again, the order of magnitude more important here than the specific figure, but just showing a little bit of the divergence here in achieving that home ownership status. And the average home price, it sounds goofy, but Zillow has some tremendous data on this. And it's longitudinal, it goes back decades, and you can start to see some of the trends that are emerging, especially at the micro market level. And it's showing a significant increase in home price in your community over time. Even though your median price is about the same as in Metro Atlanta, the overall ability to get to that level is harder than it would be there. This is just a quick map. It's hard to read. I know I totally acknowledge that. It's in the report, but it shows kind of the spread of your rental products today, along with on top of that showing some of the public and assisted housing products that not showing necessarily Section 8 housing that exists around here, but some of the clustered products that exist today. The conclusion from the product side is that the rising cost of housing and some of this available we're starting to point more and more towards this idea of affordable rental being a way to really make an impact on some of this challenge and moving forward. Third piece of this, particulars, again, sorry about the alliteration. The particular is really looking at those conditions that are specific to Athens. Again, some of those questions that we can anticipate about, well, this is Athens. You have a very large student population here, duh. Roughly 1 in 3 residents are part of that student population, or part of that just emerged from student population as well. The majority of housing here, when we think about multifamily especially over the last 20 years, has been geared toward that. And there's an issue with that, because when we used to think about student housing being, okay, it's housing, eventually it can be different types of housing, it's just currently occupied by students. The way student housing is being built today is a little different than it was being built 10 years ago in terms of some of these shared spaces or lockable bedrooms or these places that can't be necessarily easily adapted for a family to occupy afterwards. So there's a little bit of an important point to point out there. And this last thing, pardon the pun, but this is not a small point. Athens-Clarke County being one of the smallest counties in Georgia by almost 10 square miles has an impact here. When we talk about the ability and the space and where do some of these solutions, physically, where are they placed on the landscape, an important point to bring up.
I have a question. Back to that slide. With the older adult, does that take in consideration older adults that may be retiring and moving here? Or is just older adults that are here?
That's a snapshot right there,
Okay.
Commissioner. I believe that's based on that'd be 17 American Community Survey. So what that's showing you right now is right now in your community, you have just over 10% of your population is over the age of 65. And you've been publicized as a great place to retire too. So, that is actually a little bit higher than the state of Georgia.
Okay.
I guess maybe just to follow up, but do we know of that older population who basically grew up here versus who's moved here in post-retirement years?
We could learn that. I don't know that now. We could learn that though. We could parse that data to understand where those folks either were born or or if they had moved in the last 10 years and had moved from a different community or different county, for sure. part of this idea of Athens-Clarke being a small community, we talk about the importance of boundaries and the unimportance of boundaries. You really are a services hub for Northeast Georgia. I think that's clear. There, you have communities that surround you. When we talk about building in this affordable space, there's not a lot of activity. Not a lot of activity really in multifamily housing building around you. Athens Transit, the reason I bring this up, this really also helps us to define kind of the microgeography of where we're thinking about for affordable housing, because obviously the connection to those transit networks are critically important when we think about developing this. That is an asset in your community. Your transit system is really world-class for a community of your size in America. And you also have a number of active and really effective organizations for their resource allocation that are involved in community housing today. That's really a gift for our process and a gift for the potential solution set here as well, and something that's particular, I think, to Athens. What's the conclusion of this? The unique circumstances in Athens really speak to and demand a tailored approach to improving affordability in this community. And I think when you pull those conclusions together, where it's about the people, the products, or the particulars, the poverty rate, just the trends there, rising costs of housing and available products, and these unique circumstances, this is how the team started to frame up what we thought about in terms of our next steps, in terms of crafting those solutions and crafting our vision as a team. And what is that vision? Well, that vision is this. The Athens-Clarke County is a community where all citizens have access to decent and affordable housing so they may make a strong and stable home for themselves and their families. It's ambitious. It's a large goal. It's something that, just like with the work we had described earlier, is really intergenerational in scope. It's going to take a lot of reliance on groups above you and groups around you as well to make that happen. But that's what this group is charged with doing, and that's what the vision that they've delivered for you. And how do we intend to get there? Well, the plan speaks to a number of strategies and approaches that this group thinks are most applicable to the work that we need to be doing over the next 5, 10, 15 years. We believe that affordable housing must be addressed to maintain the diversity and vibrancy of this community in the long term. And it's been demonstrated to be a community priority. Whether it's through the engagement processes that you've gone through over the last several years, or it's through some of the recent planning initiatives that you've been done more specifically on things such as Connect Athens, looking at some of your corridors. This is something that comes up quite a bit in conversation and is really a priority. But it's also a systemic challenge. It requires a network solution. It's not something that one organization or this body can tackle on its own. And these recommendations based on that, just as we kind of approached the research from 3 different angles, we've approached these solutions from about 5 different angles, thinking about this, trying to encircle this challenge and recommend projects, policies, and programs that hit at this from a number of different perspectives, whether it's demand side or supply side. And I talked about this a little bit earlier. This is not necessarily a checklist, but this is a menu of things that we really think that you could be doing today to progress. You saw this diagram, which admittedly is impossible to read at this scale, but shows the complexity of this issue at the local, state, national levels. Each one of those circles is really an influencing factor on both the supply and demand side. And then you'll see a reference to that visually in terms of our strategies when we think about finding home in Athens and achieving our vision with this process. Each of those segments of that circle contribute to what we believe will be our solution in the future. And what are those strategies? Well, one, it's about investing in an affordable housing special revenue fund, incentivizing inclusionary development, identifying opportunities for redevelopment, solidifying code enforcement practices, and last, combating displacement of existing neighborhood groups to maintain that existing pool of affordable housing you have in your community today and ensuring that everyone has a place to call home in Athens. What I'd like to do now is just take a minute to go through pretty quickly each of these strategies and then open it up for some general questions on the process, the context, and also the strategies themselves. Number one, the Affordable Housing Special Revenue Fund. This is critical, I think, to the work that was conducted here, the idea that there is a dedicated revenue source for this, the idea of disconnecting from that cycle of federal funding and having somebody putting a priority, putting resources behind what is a really important issue here, and having a fund that is devoted to this particular issue enables the jurisdictions in this case to use those funds to meet goals to provide decent, safe, and affordable housing, but in this case at a local level. With each of these strategies, what we've tried to do within the report, what you'll see, is provide a why this. So a number of bullets that get at both what we heard from stakeholders, how this connects to the data. I won't read each of these in detail. We can come back and talk to them. But most basically, with their special revenue fund, what this allows you to do is provide greater creativity and help to solve this challenge here at home, here in Athens, and in a way that's going to be tailored, again, critically important here, tailored to your community because you know it's going to work. It lessens that reliance on some of the volatility at the federal level and enables, again, that tailored approach and allows intervention, again, at multiple scales. You know, it's not just about building these large towers. It's not just, it's multiple scale, multiple tiered approach that can be tailored here to your community. Again, just like with the previous presentation, I won't read each of these actions. They're all in the report, and they're detailed a little bit more in the report. But just to go through with this particular strategy, we do have 3 actions, meaning projects, policies, or programs that we think will help support this strategy and move us forward. In terms of number 2, incentivizing inclusionary development. We believe there's an opportunity here to increase the number of affordable units, in this case through incentive or regulatory-driven processes. The idea here that we can capitalize on this strong development market, that growth that we're seeing, Commissioner Harry, that you brought up, that is a luxury, let me tell you, is a luxury to be having that growth. How can you capitalize on that to help achieve some other community goals? How can we direct this in a way that is carrot-driven as opposed to stick-driven, that we can provide bonuses to incentivize some of this development in your community and provide more of this need? This would capitalize then on that strong growth by capturing some of the incremental investments and then redirecting that potentially into this funding that we talked about in strategy number 1. This could be an adaptable program, and just as the first strategy needs to be tailored, this one would need to be tailored too. Working closely with the development community to understand what makes them tick and what really would incent them to work with this. But communities around you have done things, a variety of types of bonuses for that type of work to incentivize investment into this fund or to making more affordable units part of their package they deliver. 3 specific projects, policies, programs that are associated with this that we can talk about in more detail later on. We think redevelopment has a role to play in this work as well. Talked about this being the smallest county in Georgia by 10 square miles. We talked about some other processes that are going on and some vacancy in other types of uses in your community. We see there's a big opportunity right now to start to revision some of those spaces and think about how we can accommodate more housing in Athens, especially in this affordable range as well. We can return some of the struggling or even abandoned properties to a productive use that encourage more vibrancy and productivity in your place and fiscally are more sustainable for you in the long run as well. Why this strategy? We demand, there's a demand out there, basically. There's a demand for housing at all ranges, not just at this affordable range, but housing at all ranges. Part of that, that commuting pattern data that we see, I think if you interviewed a lot of those folks, what you would see is there is a desire to live in Athens, but there's not a product, that meets that demand. The supply is critical, but we think it's most critical for those that are struggling with stability and foundation and raising children in insecure housing, and that's what's critical to this team. Redevelopment, I think, again, is critical to us because it's about access to existing utilities. It's about access to existing transit also. Finding those networks and using those networks in places that are not currently being used productively. As we move in here, we've got actually 2 actions. In the report, we actually have 3. Apologize for that, but you'll see the 3rd one on there, which is about some specific geographies which we think have potential to be addressing this particular challenge. Solidify code enforcement. This does not assume that you don't have strong code enforcement in your community right now. What this says is that really there's an opportunity here to be even more proactive with the code enforcement you have today to make sure that that existing pool of affordable housing you have remains strong, remains safe, and remains viable in the long term and will be part of the overall pool of affordable housing for you long term. And that safety thing is really critical here. When we think about developing these products, we want to make sure that they remain viable in the long term and are not allowed to devolve into something that would need significant reinvestment. This is important because maintenance and expansion, again, as we just talked about, proactive monitoring of code standards is really important. That deterioration happens to all forms of housing, but especially in housing where there's limited resources for investment. And I think we would acknowledge in the research that we did that for landlords in this space, there's a challenge as well with limited profit margins, incenting them or finding ways for them to reinvest in their property because it's critical. That's an important thing to acknowledge as well. We have a few actions that are then associated with this strategy. And then last but not least, again, trying to protect that pool. The idea of combating displacement is really, really important here. When you're a community of choice, when you're a place that people want to move to, whether that's to retire or it's to grow young, you have this thing called high demand that can create some speculation and create a real estate market that can be damaging to the existing population, especially a lower income population. We see this in all cities. Again, the G word here, gentrification, doesn't just happen in New York City, doesn't just happen in San Francisco, it happens in communities of all scale. So what we're trying to do here with this particular strategy is make sure that we're finding ways to protect that pool of housing that's already on the affordable roll right now in the long-term sense, and implement policies that are logical, that make sense, that can be implemented. That's the hard thing in this space, is finding really effective solutions that will work. But again, I think this is a consequence of some of your success. But maintaining the pool is important. That diversity is really critical. It's what makes you this community of choice. That diversity is really important. And it's a nebulous term, so we think it's important as a group to start to define this more and to move away from a nebulous term like gentrification to what we really mean by this, which is a protection of some of those affordable products that are out there today. And again, 3 actions in this space, some additional actions which you'll see in the implementation chapter that we could also apply to this particular task. And I know that I've gone over because my watch did beep on me, but I wanted to make sure that I got through this. And at this point, I will open it up for questions, and I will use my backstop here to answer some of those more specific ones.
Melissa.
So my biggest concern out of this whole process is there's almost no talk of increasing home ownership. You know, and we certainly have a need for more affordable rental housing geared towards families and workforce and improving our low-income properties. But we did have a workforce housing study, and you know, something that we talked about in our presentation about our workforce coming into town to work. You know, very possibly because the kind of housing that middle-class folks want to live in is very scarce and unaffordable in Athens. And I'm glad you had that supply and demand graphic, because that is really important. You know, when you have that scarcity of available moderate income, single-family housing, that population tends to go into your traditional lower income community, and that's when you get the gentrification. So, you know, I hope that as we move forward with this, we come up with a multi-pronged strategy that doesn't just address the rehabilitation of this multifamily properties, but a real strategy to focus on increasing the availability of moderate income owner-occupied housing, and increasing the people who can achieve that home ownership, coming up with programs to help folks step out of being renters and into home ownership, because renting a home or an apartment is not necessarily stable housing. Rents go up, landlords change, properties sell, and even when you have some kind of public subsidy to your rental income, when your income goes up, your rent goes up. Often that it's tied to a federal formula. So I hope that, you know, this isn't the be-all and end-all of our affordable housing strategy, and also that we make a considerable effort to address our homelessness problem, because it's certainly a problem. It's right there, front and center every day, just about everywhere you go in this community. And also to recognize the impact that the student population does have on our housing market. You know, I feel like a lot of these statistics and a lot of this data is old. That 2015 multifamily inventory, there's at least 4 very large-scale student housing communities that have opened since that data was gathered. So, you know, I think that these numbers may be skewed a little, and the fact of the matter is that, you know, these students are not necessarily impoverished. You know, the idea of being a poor college student is not really the norm in Athens anymore. recent statistics I saw said that 60% of UGA students are from the top 20% income bracket, from families that make $135,000 a year. So I kind of wonder that 18 to 24 age group with 52% in poverty, I'm not quite sure how old that data is, but that age bracket in poverty, those are Athenians, kids who grew up here and are stuck here in that cycle of poverty that we talked about not too long ago. So I hope that we can, broaden this conversation.
Commissioner, with every statement, I'm going to look back first to see if any of the team here wants to take this particular thing. But I think that, the broader conversation about housing is critical. And when you have this, when you do this type of research, it's clear that demand question is really important in the case of Athens. Because as you pointed out, Commissioner Herod, when we talked about that 7% growth in population, understanding what the income makeup of that is important as well, because you are a community of choice, right? There's a lot of people that want to move to Athens, and that's a gift, but there also has to be a place to accommodate that as well. And I think whether it's with some of the goals from the Envision process or some of this work, it's clear that what we were looking at with this process is where is the most urgent need, and that urgent need based on Maslow's triangle of needs, meaning these folks have, in this particular bracket, have no option. And I do believe, and you're totally correct in terms of the home ownership and the stability that lends itself to. We feel as a team, having been through the data and looked at the stakeholder and worked with some of the groups around here, the opportunity to make the greatest impact was really in the space that we landed on. Not that that's not part of the conversation, not that that's completely ignored, but just that where we can make the most immediate, short-term and potentially mid-term impact was in that particular space, with the idea that could become part of the equation long-term. Absolutely, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Mariah?
Thank you. I actually appreciated that you all are addressing renters, because I think, having looked at the workforce housing study and having talked a lot about home ownership, also including this piece of the puzzle to address some of our needs short term is important as well. So I'm happy to be looking at some of this, particularly the strategies for doing so. And I wondered if and whether zoning changes to encourage inclusionary development might be considered within the scope of the study, in addition to incentivizing inclusionary development. We've kind of struggled with that previously because a lot of developers aren't interested in having their developments be inclusionary.
Right.
No matter how many, what kind of money you'd like to offer, or whatever sorts of incentives are thrown out there. So just as another opportunity to do that kind of work, I wondered if that might be something to look at, or if there were any impediments that you all found along the way that caused you to kind of throw it out.
So that the regulatory approach to basically inclusionary zoning, is tricky right now in the state of Georgia, and this group did a tremendous amount of research to understand, how do we approach that side of the equation, right? So from the supply side, from those folks that are developing housing in your community, how do we engage with them to help make them part of the solution? And what this group got to, based on that research, was that the carrot approach to the work would be a more effective model given the condition. Now, short in the midterm, when things shake out legally around the state, it may be that is another option in terms of I wouldn't call it the stick, but the regulatory approach to say this unit must have X amount of affordable in it, or a payment in lieu based on that. But based on the market here, where you're a growth market, we feel like there's opportunity to pull some of that, but you have to find the right levers to pull. I think that there's no one size fits all when it comes to bonuses in this particular space. We need to know what's driving some of their profit model, I think, for the developers, and particularly in Athens, to understand what might incentivize them to help be part of the solution as well. So there was a tremendous amount of work done to understand, could the regulatory approach be part of it? And I think that's kind of where we landed here. The most effective, and I mean the word right now, the most effective way to go was the way that we proposed in terms of strategy number 2.
Okay. And I know, well, at least with the last proposal regarding NSEM, you all were very forward-looking, and I think that's important to do. But with this one, would you all take into account some relationships or conversations the unified government has had with developers, particularly trying to offer incentives for inclusionary development in order to inform a strategy for how to talk with such folks in future?
I think that that's, and again, if the team wants to jump in on any of this, I'll let them certainly do that. Deborah, may could let me know if someone's behind me, but flagging me down. That's something that has to happen in terms of some of the actions that have been posed here. That conversation has to be fundamental, meaning that you have to be working with those groups to craft that incentive model. It can't be done in a speculative way, so we think this might work. That conversation has to be part of that. So I think that's worked into the description of some of the specific actions that deal with this inclusionary incentive model. Is the discourse is part of it, meaning to get to that level where we have either incentive on the books or we have some regulation that's part of this, that needs to be fundamental to that formation of that.
And
If
Kyle,
that
I
makes
want
sense,
to jump in if you don't
Sure.
mind. I appreciate it. Before I get to Mariah's further questions and Tim and others, one of the things I'd like to do growing out of this, recognizing that while the specific targeted focus of the GIC work was around the affordable rental market, that there is this broader range of needs. And in fact, even that 130,000 earning family is challenged sometimes to find housing here in Athens. And there are some tools that we can utilize that get at this target, but also get at a broader range of needs too. And what I'd like to do is assign a package of work to planning that includes the specific inclusionary incentives that we could offer around density bonuses, around uses of an affordable housing fund for infrastructure expenditures, streets, stormwater, sidewalks, street trees, all of those public items that are just part of any development that we could contribute to if we had a fund available, like we've discussed through SPLOST, and like we'll also be discussing next month through tax allocation district revenue. And then some of the things around just planning and zoning requirements that are going to facilitate housing broadly. Some key ones being just street infrastructure connections, so that land that right now might only feature one-lane court that under zoning policy could feature 19 homes, could in fact be part of a grid kind of through into the future that could be much more developable. And then some of our grading phasing as well. That's been some of the challenge for the development community, whether you're talking about any kind of housing. Obviously, as we saw in the previous presentation, some of the issue is that people are living well outside this community. And if you drive through Jackson County and Barrow County and Walton County, even into Gwinnett, you see housing that's full of folks who are living here in Athens. And so the more we can kind of pull people in, I think the more we have multiple benefits. Kyle even referenced the spending power that people contribute to the community where they live, comparative to that where they work. So I wanted to go ahead and jump in and just kind of generally put on the table that I'd like to move forward with assigning some work over probably the next 12 to 18 months to planning. So Mariah kind of interrupted you, but.
No, that was it. Thank you, Kyle.
And then I know Tim was next, and I've got a couple others.
Yeah, I really thought there was pretty good stuff in here, and I'd heard some of the concerns that Commissioner Link brought up with the need for home ownership, but really when you read through this report, I know there's a whole part of it on page 14 of the report, it really shows that urgency for the rental market, and I think most people can look at this and to be able to become a homeowner, you need that economic stability first and foremost that I think you can get through a stable rental situation first before you could actually buy a home. I'm reading through some of the report, 64% of the households when doing the workforce housing in Athens were found to make less than $50,000 per year. I mean, at some point we just have to increase those incomes before they can actually become homeowners here. And on that, I had a couple of questions, I guess maybe even towards staff a little bit. What is the current balance of our affordable housing special revenue fund?
I'd have to look at that. The Mayor and Commission took several unanticipated revenues and directed them towards that, but I can get you that information tomorrow.
A few $100,000 ballpark.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And the other thing I wonder that we could revisit is some of the types of construction that right now are allowed through our zoning and planning. Obviously, tiny homes has come up a lot, but in general, prefabbed homes, not wanting us to have like a bunch of trailer parks, but there is definitely a lot of nice quality prefabbed homes that can be available. I know there's some limitations on that even, I think, here in Athens, right?
Yes, on manufactured housing, I think. But I'd have to look. I know before a certain year they're prohibited, but.
I just wonder if we could look at that, coding the way that wording is there, just make sure that we're not, excluding out some housing that actually would be of a quality that we'd be happy with, but we're not allowing right now.
There are some factory-built models that are allowed by code right now. I can point some out to you after the meeting offline. But I think that's probably part of what we could look at as a package, too.
If I could just respond, I think, very quickly to that. I think part of the thing the team got to is how do we up the productivity of the parcel? Meaning that when we think about a parcel, we think about the housing use that's placed upon it. That's why that missing middle thing is really critical in America right now, because that duplex, triplex, quad thing is really important about increasing the residential productivity of that parcel, really what we would call density of the parcel in terms of folks that are living there. It's not necessarily that the single-family home doesn't have a place in this. And as we've talked about as a team, this is really just the first bite, and we want the first bite in this process to be a very effective one for those most in need, where the need is most urgent, for stable, secure, and safe housing long-term. It's not that a broader package that it creates a robust, diverse mix of housing can't be accommodated further and later on. It's just this was really about that number one step. What is that? And what are the collection of actions we need to do to complete that step?
I know Mike had his hand up a second ago.
I did. I was going to say, I appreciate this report and I appreciate the work that the GIC committee did on this report. I think it adds some focus to what we need to pay attention to, and hopefully through our SPLOST project we can make a big, hopefully a dent in it from that standpoint. I would caution us though not to lose that focus. I know there's some other areas of work plans and work studies for planning that need to be worked on, and certainly the inclusionary zoning part, some of the aspects of it, but the focus on the rental aspect of it I think is important, and what's in the study to focus on the redevelopment of properties. I mean, you can certainly redevelopment properties for single-family use. Doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't necessarily have to be. I mean, if you're looking at ways to incentivize it, I guess what I'm cautious about is let's look at where we can redevelop instead of looking at new pieces of property that just add more cost to their government, to our government, as far as transit goes, as far as water service goes, and all that sort of stuff. I mean, there's government services that come along with expanding the area. So let's focus, like Kyle has said, on the redevelopment part of it. And I think that's an important key of it. I'd point to it. I was trying to find the weekly happenings that Blaine sends us each week. I think even in single family, I think the permits have doubled from a year ago. I mean, it's gone up quite a bit. So single family is happening. The affordable rental part is what they said we need to focus on, and I think that's what we ought to keep focusing on.
Commissioner, if I could respond to what you said, because I think it's really important to the work that's been done here. Having this discussion at a sort of countywide or a regional base, you get to a lot of data, but eventually you need to apply these findings to a geography, to a space, to a specific parcel. And I think there seems to be an emerging opportunity in your community. I'm involved in another process at Connect Athens, looking at a couple of commercial corridors in your community where this work potentially could be applied. Some of the findings of this work could be potentially applied. But it's about being a little creative and revisioning some spaces that have been one thing for quite a long time, what they could be and how they could be more productive, potentially in helping you solve some of these shared community issues in the future. That's a great point, Commissioner.
Well, the other point I want to make too about that, Kyle, thank you for saying that, is if we're going to be offering incentives to developers and putting money on the table, community money on the table, we need them to help us with these redevelopment things. There's several multifamily projects in everybody's districts that we know need to be redeveloped. If you're going to get an incentive, maybe you can redevelop those as some single-family homes or redevelop them as multifamily units again. But with incentives, there's got to become, the community has to get something in return for it.
And Commissioner, last thing I'd piggyback on what you had said is about the need to work with the structure you have today. So the utilities that are out there that have been you've invested in these utilities as a community. Transit. You will continue to invest in them. The transit networks, it's extremely expensive to start a new transit line. you have very little green space or greenfield development opportunities in your community. A lot of these things start to point and pinpoint and focus in on this opportunity of places that are less productive. What could they be? How could they be revisioned? Again, just as you said, to make those utilities, worth their weight, right? And to make those transit routes packed with passengers as well.
And you're working with us on the corridor studies. I mean, those are, putting our homes, affordable homes, in places where people can walk to and get the bus. I mean, you've touched on all that. I don't need to say all that, but you know what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Vita?
I do, I also appreciate the work and the information that has been shared from the GIT committee. I served on a GIT committee in Wadley, Georgia, some years ago. And but I don't remember if developers and planners were part of any of the presentations and conversations. And I bring that up because about 2 weeks ago, I saw a panel of developers and planners talking about they want to do affordable housing, but because of so many different regulations and policies, it's really hard. They can do it in other states, but we have a lot of red tape here. But I would like, as this evolves, that we do find those developers, and I think it was through the College of Environmental and Design. We need to reach out. I mean, if they're thinking one thing and we're saying this, we need to have that conversation. So, I mean, it was 4 or 5 guys, and they were talking about modular homes. And I have 2 modular homes in my neighborhood, and they look exactly like anybody's house. So I think there's a will out there. We just got to pull in all the pieces. The other thing I want to, and I guess I want to address this to Andy, didn't you tell me that one of our challenges is the land here is so expensive now? You still feel that way?
Yeah.
Okay. So the land being so expensive here
Still expensive.
may be another challenge that you don't have in some
Yeah.
of the surrounding counties.
Well, if we go back, Vita, to that slide, Commissioner, to that slide, there's a pretty simple explanation to that. I think it has to do with this. I mean, that's another county in Georgia that's surrounding Clarke County there, right? It lands at a premium here, right? And that's part of the equation of getting to this idea that affordable rental is where we think we can make the biggest impact. Is where we think we can develop the products that can start to chip away at some of this challenge, because the land it will only go up in cost over time. And we think that's going to contribute to the micro side of that, which could be single-family housing development.
Allison?
Yeah, I wanted to thank the citizens who have come forward and put in extra time for both of the topics that you've been up here facilitating. It gives us a lot of insights, just as insight into what all you guys have been doing, and I look forward to us putting them to use. I think that also thinking of our existing inventory and assessing the quality of them and doing the things that we need to improve quality of the housing units and incentivizing the landlords to be better to the tenants, and without it just jacking up the rent.
So, Commissioner, there's a lot of communities that are trying to address this challenge. Not a whole lot at your scale, but a lot of communities around the country. And you don't see a whole lot of magic bullets about, well, here's how we're going to do this. But what you do see some solid, I think, progress is in that space, just what you talked about. Proactive maintenance, and how do you encourage folks to maintain that pool? Or this idea about displacement. What can we be doing as a community to, number one, just be aware of it? I think that's critical, because sometimes you're not even aware of it until the Starbucks has popped up, right? So I think it's understanding when that process is taking hold and what you can be doing as a community, maybe not to stop it, but to understand where those folks may be being displaced to, and those units are coming off of the roll of your affordable list.
Well, or understanding the plan of what it takes for somebody to move out of a unit.
Right.
to improve that unit, and we've done things to improve for some of our commercial improvements. There was a threshold that kicked in a lot of ordinance things that made it prohibitive. So if we continue to do what it takes to not be a barrier as the government for improvements that can be made to the current places, because families get invested in their school system, the school, the routine, their bus routes, the schools, connectivity, and there's good in that. And that whole topic of displacement is far-reaching. So the more you guys can help keep us aware of this, and I hope that you guys will email us when we're working on topics to make sure we're moving in the right direction with what the hard work you guys have done.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Melissa?
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by the idea of redevelopment of commercial and industrial areas to accommodate diverse housing. You know, your affordable multifamily, your moderate missing middle, townhomes, you know, kind of eclectic, diverse developments that achieve that kind of mix of people to make for the kind of communities that we want to see, where social capital is, you know, at an optimum. You know, and exploring some of the things that have been mentioned, and you know, things like cottage courts, where you can have an existing single-family neighborhood where, you know, land use isn't necessarily as optimized, but you can, you know, find an acre or two and get some of those very modestly priced, either owner-occupied or condo-type homes. You know, talking about ADUs, you know, and townhomes. I mean, we are definitely an urban community. We are very densely populated, yet we have very few of those townhomes. And that's kind of the norm in other urban communities. And it does take that land price out of the overall value of the property. So yeah, I mean, I just want to make sure that, you know, as we redevelop multifamily properties, we're including this idea of diversity and diverse communities, and communities that are kind of incrementally developed and feel like really organic places, and attract a wide diversity of people so they can all kind of feed off of one another and create that sense of community that kind of grew up naturally in much of our older neighborhoods.
Commissioner, I think the best expression of these actions together would be exactly what you just envisioned. The idea that you're creating communities, you're not creating, I use that word products. I think we should get away from that word when we start thinking about developing these communities in the future. They're places that accommodate, you know, a range of incomes at the same time. They create affordable units, but at the same time, there's an opportunity to mix incomes as well. You know, I'm not from here, admittedly, but you know, in seeing this type of work around the country, where it's being done well, is where you have private capital that's allowed to, and some of you have probably heard the low-income housing tax credit as being used as a tool for this. That's a federally, you know, a sponsored program, but where you have a mix of incomes in that product. So the developer is actually allowed to experience a profit while at the same time being subsidized to also bring in affordable units, sometimes, you know, a significant amount of affordable units, but also creating a community at the same time, or attempting with a master plan to create a community in that space. And if there's one thing, I've piggybacked on the idea of redevelopment in the commercial corridors. One of the things that we've found through the Connect process is, again, something you're not alone in, this retail apocalypse thing is quite real. And we think about some of the redundant big box square footage you have in this community. There are going to be increasing opportunities in places that you never really thought of, I think, in the past. So thinking through that and making sure that these processes are very well synced up and that community needs remain consistent across the board, I think will be very important. Just that's not the GICS team, that's my perspective, so I just want to make sure that's clear. But certainly what you say, I think, makes a lot of sense, Commissioner.
Kyle, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Thanks to the whole team.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your work. Would folks like to take a short break before we move on to CDBG? Let's do 10 minutes. Be back at 8:15.
Hit on me.
You are actually. I grabbed it myself.
calling you.
By all means.
Yes, you can.
You good?
Please do. Please do.
What we got? Nothing?
Oh, now he goes over.
Bring some snacks back.
Mics are going live.
You can have as many as you want.
Come on, equity, Russell.
Bring it back.
I bet you won't do it. I bet you won't do it public.
All right, everybody, mics are back on and we're on television. Hope you're all enjoying the time. We have our third exciting appearance from Housing and Community Development Director Deborah Lonon tonight. She's the star of the show, and she is here for her annual grand presentation of our CDBG recommendations for funding.
Yes, sir. My understanding is I have a maximum of 10 minutes, and I assure you I can make that happen. No, I made that up, but I can make it happen. Good evening. There we go. The annual purpose of this particular presentation is to review our consolidated plan and the strategic plan goals, to explain the CDBG application review process, to review the proposals and HCD's funding recommendations, and then to review the remaining schedule. With any HUD-related funding, we must have a consolidated plan attached, and that purpose is to help communities determine where these funds should be allocated. And the plan is an assessment of the affordable housing and community development needs and the market conditions. It also is used as a tool for pointing out specifically where the needs are greatest. Our consolidated plan goals include business and job development as our key and top goal, affordable housing and redevelopment, housing services, and community improvement. We utilize a 10-member vision committee that advises us, being HCD, on the consolidated plan and the action plan on which projects should be funded. In 2014, HCD and the Vision Committee prioritized the goals for our FY15 through FY18 consolidated plan. In October of that same year, the Mayor and Commission approved that consolidated plan and its goals. Then in August of 2017, the Mayor and Commission approved an extension of that consolidated plan. Typically, you need a 5-year consolidated plan. Ours was a 3-year. We were able to get the approval through the Mayor and Commission. And in January of this year, we met with the Vision Committee to review these FY20 applications and the recommendation that's coming before you tonight. These are our Vision Committee members. Adam Levine was unable to attend. He was called into court. Now, if you've had an opportunity to look.
Committee again?
Yes, ma'am. And these are appointed by the mayor. So HCD doesn't select the members.
Okay.
If you've had an opportunity to look through the packet that we sent, you can follow this link. I hope you've had an opportunity to follow this link. This is the manifestation of collaborative work with our GIS office, and it's the manifestation of a lot of time dedicated by Melinda Lord in my office to really bring HCD up to date and to give the residents of Athens-Clarke County an opportunity to see the services that we provide and to be able to access information more readily. On our website, we'll have a link that will lead you to that GIS, and here you'll see some of the information that we wanted to just showcase tonight and encourage Athens-Clarke County residents to go and just research and look at the information about the services provided, specifically housing and community development funds and how they are being utilized. These are just more examples. This was just really an opportunity for us to show you visually the work that we are doing. This is what used to be Paldo and is now Columbia Brookside. Okay, and now for our key portion. This year for FY20, we received 26 different CDBG applications. The total requested amounts from those applications was $1.594 million. And those applicants were looking for about $900,000 in affordable housing, $325,000 for micro-enterprise and economic development activities. We did not receive any public facilities and improvement activities, but the one from FY19 is still ongoing, and $422,000 for public services activities. I don't want to skip any notes, so if you would, just give me one moment. What we do annually is anticipate what HUD will allocate for the upcoming fiscal year. We don't know what the allocation will be. For FY19, we received $1.3 million. For FY18, we received $1.1 million. The 1.3 is not the norm. So for this year, we took an average, and we are averaging or anticipating about $1.255 million. We may get more, we may get less, but all of the upcoming numbers are based on that total 1.255. And 20% of that would be allocated for administrative purposes, 2HCD, salaries and so forth. That's the $251,000 here. Public services is capped at 15%. So even if in your review or even in our review, there were certain projects that we really felt strongly about or thought that there was a need, we're not permitted to say, well, let's take a little portion from economic development, or let's take a little portion from affordable housing and put it toward public services. There is a HUD mandated cap of 15%, and that would be $188,000 based on that 1.255. Affordable housing is about $600,000, and economic development, $220,000. And that's the information in a nice visual pie graph. Affordable housing recommendations. The Vision Committee's recommendation was on the far right side. So where you see yes, that means the Vision Committee has, upon their review, recommended this particular activity, this particular application for funding. And if you see a funding recommendation amount, that means HCD is presenting a recommendation tonight. And if not, that means we differ from the Vision Committee's position and are not making that recommendation. Action Incorporated provides emergency housing home repairs and has done so for several years. This year, Action Incorporated submitted an application and then withdrew the application. So that's why you have the NA. It's no longer applicable. Athens Area Habitat for Humanity has also been providing services to our community for years. And in this particular case, we are recommending the entire $214,600 that they are requesting. Initially, we'd recommended $170,000, but in order to fill the gap that will be existing based upon the loss of Action Incorporated, we met with Habitat and they are willing to step up and help provide additional services for the Athens-Clarke County resident. So rarely do we actually recommend the entire amount, but here we do believe it's justified. Athens-Clarke Heritage also provides housing rehab, but here specifically it's for historic homes or homes that are 50 years or older, and we are recommending $65,000 for Athens-Clarke Heritage. They are currently funded at $40,000. The Housing Authority requested $220,000. We are recommending $150,000. You will see that the Vision Committee did not recommend funding for Housing Authority, but we are. Athens Land Trust also provides affordable housing rehab and construction, and we are recommending $211,392. That number helped us round out the totality of that section.
Could you speak at all to why Action pulled their application? Are they not going to be doing that service anymore going forward? Or?
They won't be doing that those services at least for FY20. There were some discussions, there was some back and forth, and ultimately Action determined that they are better proceeding without the federal monies that we have to offer. But those services are currently not being provided even right now, FY19. So they pulled the application for FY20, and they also asked for their FY19 contract to be terminated.
Okay.
And can you speak to why the reason between the Vision Committee decided not to recommend on the Housing Authority?
Housing Authority provides services for first-time homeowners, low to moderate income homeowners, but primarily Housing Authority acquires property. And Vision Committee's position during this year's meeting was they're looking more for turning over acquired properties faster. But what we understand at HCD is the Housing Authority acquires properties and is focusing on blight to a certain extent, and that does take time. But the Vision Committee's position this year was they were more interested in acquiring properties and turning them into affordable housing faster.
Patrick, did you have a question on this slide?
Tim answered. Tim asked it.
Clarke County has 2 neighborhood revitalization areas identified, and that's a process through HUD. And these are areas where we are permitted to focus on directing activities that will help negate the serious negative decline in the areas. And our 2 identified revitalization areas are the East Athens area, Census Tracts 301 and 302, and the Hancock Corridor, Census Tracts 6 and 9. And that takes us into our micro enterprise and economic development applications. This year, Athens Land Trust requested $98,200 for its West Broad Market and Young Urban Farmers. And that program is currently funded at $80,000, and we are recommending $90,000. And funding is also recommended by Vision Committee. Athens Land Trust also submitted an application for the Community Revolving Loan Fund and is requesting $37,653. HCD is declining funding recommendation, although Vision Committee recommended it, specifically because there is already an existing revolving loan fund in Athens-Clarke County that's operated by Athens-Clarke County Housing and Community Development, but also because HCD operates the revolving loan fund, we have learned firsthand the very intense regulations and compliance requirements that govern that program. And based upon our application review, we determined that there may be a lack of capacity or at least knowledge right now to sufficiently handle that. Additionally, the revolving loan fund has a balance of more than $151,000. East Athens Development Corporation serves as a community development-based organization. And so that means other entities that want to service that specific area can apply through EADC. EADC can also apply for funding on its own. So there's standalone funding, and then there's CBDO funding. This particular one, Operation One Family at a Time, is a CBDO application from Innovative Health Institute. And this particular program is taking residents in the area and training them on becoming nursing assistants and actually licensing them and helping them get jobs, in addition to also providing phlebotomy training and helping those phlebotomists get jobs. Initially, I think their goal was 20, and they have graduated more than 50 people, most of whom have been able to secure employment. That is impressive. They are currently funded at $20,000, and they've requested $50,000. And rarely do we see a program that we can justify funding totally, and so we are recommending the $50,000.
I think that's great. I just have a quick question. So are those 20, I think you said 20 individuals? Do they live in those census tracts?
They have to.
Okay.
They have to fit into this category. Yes, sir. East Athens Development Corporation on its own applied for a Works program. This would be job training and requested $30,000. And although Vision Committee recommended it, HCD does not, particularly because of capacity issues and other matters that we are working with. Now, we have had discussions with EADC about this application. We have had discussions about what would be required to go forward and actually receive funding in the future. So there's open dialogue there, but we are not at a point where we can recommend funding just yet. EADC also submitted an application for Youth Enrichment Program. This is also a CBDO application. This is the Athens Tutorial Program and Chess and Community, and we are recommending $20,000. Goodwill of North Georgia has submitted an application for its Good Biz program. This is an existing micro enterprise training startup funding for small businesses, and they requested $74,400, and we are recommending $60,000. The program is currently funded at $50,000, so this is still an increase.
The programs with East Athens, the youth enrichment and the nursing assistant program, those programs, is EADC the physical agent? Is that who is kind of overseeing it, but the programs are run by
other entities?
Other
entities. Yes,
the
ma'am.
other entities.
So
Okay.
in the case of Operation One Family at a Time, that would be Innovative Healthcares. And in the case of the Youth Enrichment Program, that would be Athens Tutorial Program and Chess and Community. So they actually provide the services, but the fiscal agent must be EADC.
What were some of the capacity concerns with EADC, particularly given their restructuring that they've undergone of late?
So they're undergoing restructuring. For the entirety of this fiscal year to date, there has been no executive director. Dr. Dunstan is chair of the board, and she was serving as a temporary executive director, but understood that she could not serve in both capacities long term. And so up until Vision Committee's meeting and recommendation, there was still no new leader, no new leadership. Now, there has been significant amount of change, and there's still onward change. But in addition to having an executive director that can be active and engaged in both community development and affordable housing outreach, there also has to be staff capacity, and EADC is certainly working on that. They've added one staff member, and she's transitioning and taking on additional responsibilities. But board members are still fully engaged and hands-on in assisting. And while that's encouraging and is certainly helpful, and East Athens, in my opinion, needs a CBDO and needs EADC, there are additional steps that must be taken, and we are in constant communication. So they're certainly open to the change. They are open to changing and growing, and they know that HCD, our doors are open, and we will offer technical assistance whenever needed.
And so it's felt at this point that there's not opportunity for them to reach that capacity within the next?
Within the next fiscal year or this fiscal year?
This fiscal year.
No, not within this fiscal year. There are just significant steps that would be taken, because here we are, it's February, the fiscal year ends June 30th. There wouldn't even be opportunity. One, we couldn't go back and fund, because that's the process that I'm engaging in now for FY20. There wouldn't be sufficient time for us to do that, but now there is sufficient time for them to build capacity, yes. However, the timeline for CDBG applications has passed. So applications were due in November. You would have had to build your capacity and developed your applications well before now.
Okay. I hear a lot of concerns in the community about having more sense of ownership over economic development, business development, and job development, as well as affordable housing opportunities. And so I think this is a rich opportunity for us to actually invest in that.
And we have had those conversations, because while the community speaks about these things, it's part of my responsibility to engage with the community. And so I go to the meetings and I speak to the people, and the people certainly speak back to me. But there have also been concerns expressed in the past that HCD took it upon itself to monitor and to observe and to monitor diligently. And at this point, we do not believe that we would be fiscally responsible by recommending funding for FY20. But again, this should not be a surprise, because we have engaged in conversation.
Russell?
Director Lonon, I'm looking at the Goodwill program, Good Biz. 15-week training program for entrepreneurs working through business plan, business feasibility. Can you share with me some testimonials or some more information about this program, success stories?
Yes, this is actually a very successful program. Last year, when we were unable to fund EADC's job training program, Goodwill really rose to the occasion and included more of the East Athens community. Goodwill's Good Biz program is for the entire community, whereas East Athens focuses on those specific census tracts. And so we've had numerous people who go and complete this course. They learn how to do a business plan. They learn about financial management. They learn about business statements. Goodwill collaborates with SBDC and the University of Georgia and helps people truly start their businesses from the ground up and gives them small stipends that they must use specifically for business purposes. Some of the best things that come out of that program is that, some of the best things that come out of the program is that these businesses start small and are able to maintain growth steadily and access financial resources. But we've heard from some people who go through the program and determine that my idea really should just be a hobby. This is not a business, or I'm not cut out for this. Another additional benefit of this program is that Good Biz will now provide additional mentoring and follow you and help you even post completion of that program. So it is quite successful. Their measures are objective and realistic. We're able to confirm, they're not very subjective and touchy-feely. They give real hardcore numbers, and they also track the continuation of those businesses beyond completion of those 12 weeks.
Thank you.
So the Good Biz, is that more of small business entrepreneurship? Okay.
It is.
So that, but, and the reason why I'm going down, I want to make sure I understand, that's really for business startups, entrepreneurship, small businesses.
Yes.
Not the other things they do as job training.
No, the focus is on business startups, and I suppose they would train the entrepreneurs, but the additional work that they do where you can come in and apply in computers and get soft skills, those are separate programs.
They have a, Patrick and I went over there today, and they have a, what do you call it, big truck that teaches welding. And I was like, I don't know how you keep that a secret, but they teach welding, and the target students are the folk that I'm very interested in. Folk with criminal backgrounds, folk with past drug use, food stamps, and unemployed. And it's a 2-week program, so this is not part of...
This is not part of that. And Goodwill does have several programs, but ours is specifically, or this application is specifically for Good Biz. Okay. Public services, this is where I mentioned that there is a 15% cap. And the focus on our public service applications is to strengthen human resource capacity, expand access to human services, and then ensure that these services are accessible to everyone. This year, we did change the process. It used to be that public service programs that were CDBG funded had a maximum of 3 years. First 2 years at $20,000 and then $15,000, and then that was it. But per the mayor and commission's approval, we have changed the challenge grant structure, and now there is no maximum, but there is a minimum of $10,000. However, there must be a 50% cash match. And why? Why would we put that kind of requirement on any applicant? The goal is not to remain CDBG dependent. The goal is to be able to provide services even beyond CDBG. And if at some point you no longer can receive funding, we don't want services to just disappear. And a financially healthy program should be able to have that 50% cash match, either itself or with an investor. And there's also no 3-year limit. What we found there were some programs that needed our support for more than 3 years, and some programs didn't need it at all. Didn't need it for 3 years. There were also programs that didn't need $20,000, but we would force them to write an application for $20,000 and then punish them if they were only able to use $15,000 because they would leave money on the table.
Can you explain the Athens area homeless shelter, Almost Home program?
So, are we jumping into this? This is the Arch Village.
Yeah.
And what happens in essence is it's an emergency homeless shelter, and it's primarily for case management and being able to help the residents. And I think in this particular case, it may be 15 specific residents that they're looking, 35 specific clients that they're looking to provide housing for. And then many times with rapid rehousing, the focus is really to get people stabilized. And so that could be providing access to resources that deal with addiction or job training or access, maybe even as basic as being able to complete an application. But the case manager's job is very varied, even despite what the job description may be. So there are 35 clients that utilize the resources at the Athens area homeless shelter. And they were asking also to provide funding for childcare, so that as people were transitioning to work or back to work, they would have access for somewhere for their children to be. The problem with asking for $67,000 was the application didn't really specify what the case manager would be doing for that additional increase. Because this current fiscal year, they're funded at $20,000. So from 20 to 67, you really have to be able to express and articulate what you plan on doing. They do provide very needful resources and very needful services. So funding was recommended by both HCD and the Vision Committee, but not justifiable for $67,000, not even justifiable for an increase from the $20,000. The Acceptance Recovery Program is a substance abuse training center, or substance abuse recovery center. This is a new application, so there was no information or data to compare it to. However, neither the Vision Committee nor HCD is recommending it for funding, primarily because, well, I'm sorry, there is FY19, I apologize. They do have FY19 funding, but I'm trying to remember, I'm sorry. It's Action Inc. has FY19. The acceptance recovery is new. The application was written better than last year. We always encourage people that we don't fund to try again, and we tell them what was missing. But we didn't have sufficient information. They were proposing or requiring residents to obtain jobs that paid a minimum of $10.23. And then if you lost that job, you would lose your housing. And in our economy, and I don't know that you can guarantee that. So it wasn't stable, and the performance measures were also somewhat lacking and weak. Action Inc.'s Achieving Career Excellence is an employment training education assistance for those who've been incarcerated. And this is currently funded, and it's funded at $20,000, but it has very poor performance. They were not able, in fact, to register or even begin providing services until second quarter. And they don't appear to be on track to use all of their funding. So we couldn't justify additional funding. Advantage Behavioral Health Systems Homeless Day Service Center is on North Avenue. They are asking for $30,000. They also provide case management, and they provide homeless rehousing, and we are recommending the entire $30,000. The ARC provides financial management and financial training and skills. And the ARC is also very focused on helping people come out of predatory lending situations. And they also provide emergency financial assistance. But they don't just give you the money. They also help educate you and walk you through the entire process of how not to find yourself in those situations again. And they do have very objective measures in place that do work. So we are also recommending funding them at their existing $20,000 level. The Athens Community Career Academy has a program that's through the Clarke County School District that helps students obtain internships, helps them train or prepare for job placement. And while the application was well written, we have limited funding, and it does seem as if this should be a Clarke County School District responsibility. And additionally, we were a little concerned about the budget and the use of the funding, so we were not able to recommend funding for that. The Council on Aging has and continues, I don't know why that keeps happening, I apologize, provides transportation for elderly, low-income residents to and from doctor's appointments, dialysis, the grocery store, the pharmacy, and they have exceeded their performance measures year in and year out. So we are recommending $20,000 for that program. The Athens Nurses Clinic and their Happy Smiles, Better Life program is a dental program that we've funded in the past, but we cannot recommend funding for it this year solely because, or primarily because, the application fails to identify a comp plan goal. So there's really no way around that one. That's a lethal fail. Casa de Amistad provides English as a second language course and GED programs for the Latinx community. They are requesting $20,000, and we are recommending $20,000. Chess and Community has also submitted its own application for Project Rewire, different from the services that it provides through EADC, because this would be countywide. This will take children and expose them to cultural programming. It encourages academic excellence and training, tutorial, field trips, internship, soft skills, some of what we discussed earlier, and the program was very well written. They would be a first-year recipient, and they were requesting $29,466. We are recommending $20,000. Family Connections has been funded in the past, but this is a new program. This is Bridge to Employment, but the application was really unclear about what the case manager would be doing and what type of services would be provided. So we were not able to recommend funding here. Now, Feed My Sheep is a program that focuses specifically on Gaines School Elementary, or Gaines Elementary. And as many of us are well aware, Gaines is one of our poorest performing schools. And so the purpose here is to focus intensely on the kids at this school, 3rd through 5th graders. And former CCSD employees, former University of Georgia professors have committed themselves and are already providing services primarily out of their own pockets at this school. They requested $45,000, but the application was a little convoluted. So there was going to be services to address recidivism, there were going to be tutoring services, there was going to be a STEM program and other things. But we were able to focus specifically on the tutorial services, and based upon the budget that was submitted, we could allocate $10,000 specifically to tutorial services for those children. And then next year, presuming that they will be successful and receive additional technical assistance, we can help them write a better application. But the program seems promising. The reason Vision Committee said no was because the application was just a little confusing. The Salvation Army has applied for funding in the past and has been awarded funding in the past. The application was not well written. The budget wasn't well identified. And in the past, there have been capacity issues that are still existing. And in the past, they've left money on the table because of capacity issues. And so we were not able to encourage funding or recommend funding, and Vision Committee took the same stance. The YWCO is offering a, is it 8-week? 6-week educational summer camp. They offer it every year. It is very impactful in the community. They've been funded in the past, and this year they've asked for $20,000, and we're recommending $10,000. Athens Land Trust provides comprehensive housing counseling, not just for those who are able to access affordable housing through Athens Land Trust, but for anyone in Athens-Clarke County, and they've done that for many years. They are requesting $54,466. This year they are funded at $40,000. We are recommending $38,398 because that's what's left of the 15%. I don't know if there are any questions about that before I move on. No. Okay. So here's the schedule as you all have set it. Agenda setting is in March. We will publish our mandatory 30-day comment period. That's required by HUD, and it runs through the actual vote. And upon your approval, we will proceed with our annual action plan, and that's our documentation to HUD that says, here's how we plan on spending the 1.2, or allocating the $1.255 million. It's been approved by Mayor and Commission. If we get less, we'll reduce. If we get more, we'll increase. And then we'll initiate contracting in May. And prayerfully, despite all this going on in the government, funding will be available July 1. Thank you.
Thanks, Deborah.
Do you want to do Firefly just for a good time?
I have a quick question. So if we either get more money from the feds or less money, will you either add a constant proportion to each project or take it away, or how will that work?
So if we get more, we take 15% of that, reallocate the 15% for public services. 20% is administrative. And then we consider the applications as submitted and how we would contract any increase. So for example, with our housing, if an affordable housing applicant asks for 20% for acquisition, so we have to look to make sure that that's still feasible and that's still going to work out, and it still has to meet the comp plan. So it's not just, it's easy to dump it into affordable housing. It has to meet that need. What we don't do is say, well, here's someone that we didn't even recommend for funding. Now we can do it, because the process is very specific and methodic. And so it wouldn't make sense if I can say to you now, this particular application shouldn't be funded. Because we get extra money should not suddenly change that.
Everybody good? Anything else? All right.
Thank you.
Moving on. Thank you much, Star Team. Derek Doster, moving down the aisle.
Y'all are having too much fun tonight.
You're about to change that, I take it.
I'm not. Oh.
No, it's. You're gonna invite me over here and leave? Oh.
Let's go to slide.
He just has too much fun in life. Yeah. Lots of local government. I suspect government not quite as much.
Same. I hope he is
They got snacks. They share with us.
You don't even want to know what we got over here.
Ooh.
He wants a cookie.
So desperate.
These are like crack.
Yeah. Very delicious.
Where? Where is it? Where? God, that's nasty.
Well, all right. Good evening. We'll make this short and sweet. Fun project we've got going on. It's our Firefly Trail, so Project 2. Just go over the preliminary plans with you, which are in our normal process, let you know what we're doing. And then after the approval of these, we'll continue to work on and get it under construction, get the final plans considered and get the land acquisition completed, and then moving on. Typical purpose slide and meeting agenda. One thing I do want to bring to your attention tonight, it's exciting about this project, is not only is it an extension of the existing Firefly Trail that we do have, but one of the things that we're going to incorporate with the trail is working in a joint venture with Public Utilities Department, just like we did on one of the Greenway projects where they did the sewer and we put the trail on top of it. Part of the Public Utilities growth plan is to incorporate water reuse lines, and so we're going to do a joint project with them on there, and Marilyn Hall's here tonight to help answer any questions or steer me back on course if I missed that. But that's an exciting part about this project. A lot of history. Won't go over all of that, but I will go back to maybe like middle of 2017. Again, going to where Mayor and Commission approved the potable and non-potable water line resolution. So that was the beginning of some of the effort that's going into the planning efforts to date. Again, and just continuation with history items. I don't want to bore you to death. I know it's been a long night. So we'll jump on into the Firefly Trail area map. On the top left-hand corner, you've got the where the existing trail ends currently on Old Winterville Road, and the highlighted green area that you see is the development for the racetrack or QT property that you know about. Then, of course, we extend the trail. We just continue along, go under the bypass, go past the GDOT work that's going to be happening in that area, proceed on downstream and go underneath the bridge at Winterville Road, and just continue moving on to the right. We follow the general railroad alignment all the way out to Hancock Road, following just right out in front of where streets and drainage is. Again, typical preliminary plans that we have. This section of trail is about 1.85 miles, and it does include a bridge section. Our typical sections for the trail section, we start out at 14 feet. We get past some of the GDOT work, and then we transition down to a 12-foot section. Again, the preliminary plans, the engineering drawings that start there at Old Winterville Road. It's showing the realigned Old Winterville Road as part of the GDOT racetrack project. Continue on. Here you can see we pass underneath the GDOT bypass, go underneath that bridge, and we ramp up a couple feet, and then there'll be a new bridge section there to fly over the new on-ramp for the bypass. So GDOT's working on that. We're coordinating the plans with that, and as you can see, that kind of dip underneath the bridge, that's future work by GDOT, but we're coordinating that effort with them so we can go ahead and get everything in place, get our work done, hopefully ahead of their time frame, and then that way they need to work around us, but that would keep the structures in place without having to shut the trail down completely, and hopefully at all. Again, just as you can see, we just travel along the old rail bed, following lane. We get to a little bit of area up there where Vidge Industry is, the old fertilizer plant. You can see up on the top-hand corner, we sneak off the railroad bed there and head towards the road just a little bit. But that's after some conversation with the property owner. They're looking at places or looking at facilities that they can bring in and redevelop that property. And what's hard to see here is there's there, that's a corner of their building, and that's a large loading dock. So if you can imagine tractor trailers moving in and out right there, we work with them to try to move the trail away from that from a safety standpoint. But we can quickly get back on it as soon as you travel to the right of the program, right of the sheet. Again, we generally follow along the rail bed down Winterville Road. The next point of involvement, that's right here at the intersection where Winterville Road, Spring Valley, Indian Hills all come together. So we utilize that light effectively to come across there and then get right back on the trail. Go through the woods, follow Spring Valley, and we get up to Hancock Road where we end this section of it. So that's it in the general notation. I talked about the reuse pipeline of the Firefly Trail. This is the general location of the joint use project. Over to the left where public utilities would bring a reuse line from the plant, and where the trail crosses Old Winterville Road, they would jump on our alignment and then follow the trail all the way down to Indian Hills Road. And that's where they would pick up Indian Hills and head north towards the more industrial areas for their customer use. Now, I don't want to speak for the full time frame and build out of the reuse line, but we do know, utilizing public utilities engineers and consultants, that to do this work, and this would come out of the Public Utilities Fund, not the T-SPLOST program for the Red Trail, but we do know an estimate cost of doing the work at this same time for the reuse line was about $1.3 million. And if they had to do it later or put it on the other side of the street, if they had to come back and put it in the same alignment, it's going to cost about twice as much, because you can imagine they just have to dig it up, take the trail up, and basically rebuild it. So it's an important feature to go ahead and get in the ground. From a budget standpoint, our budget, we believe we've got set aside about $2.6 million for the construction of that. So we think we can get some good bids with that effort, and that does include the bridge across the future on-ramp to the bypass. We think we can get some cost savings there too, because the work won't be going over they'll be working without the without the GDOT work. So they can kind of get in, get it done without having to work overhead of any live traffic or anything like that. So we believe that effort would have some cost savings on it. But that's it in a nutshell, and that's a quick summary. Marilyn, any comments? Nailed it. All right. Next steps and timelines. We do have a public information open house on February 26th. It'll be held at East Athens Community Center. Leisure Services is doing their normal online comment period, and it'll start tomorrow. So we'll do that, move forward with the February-March cycle to get the preliminary plans approved. We'll be able to finalize the design documents, get our GDOT coordination done, get our easement acquisitions completed, the ones that we don't have already, and then go to final permitting and project coordination and get it out to bid. I'll open the floor for any questions.
Yeah, in respect to the timeline on this and the public input and us, can we keep this up on the website? I've been wanting us to have more of our work session items stay on the website through the processes that we're going through, so that it's there for this review versus us having to mail it out to people who take the steps to ask for it.
Yes, ma'am. I can definitely work with Leisure Services. I believe they had a kind of the overview sheet that was going to be publicized. Maybe not the granular detail of the design plans, just for space.
Gotcha.
How many sheets there are.
Right.
But I can work with them to see what we need to do to make that available.
Right. Or if it was just on our calendar. I guess what I'm asking with this as an example, if we could leave this agenda on our calendar for today's meeting, so that if somebody wanted to go back and see this agenda, it would still be available. Is that
materials were archived?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd prefer that.
Is that something, it might not happen in time for this, but this is a perfect example of one that's going to keep going, but yet this is an important part of publication of the details.
Andy?
Derek, could you just remind me when GDOT is planning on actually starting construction of the new on-ramp? Sometime this century, presumably.
Yeah, I'll say yes to that. My understanding, I think, is supposed to hit before 2025.
Okay. So presumably the trail will not only, the coordination is not only where does our bit go, where does GDOT's bit go, but hopefully we'll actually have our construction finished before GDOT will start theirs. Is that correct?
That's my entire goal.
Good.
I'm gonna beat them, and then they can work around us. But that's a coordination effort that we've been having that with GDOT. I don't want to make a lot of that. We've been having that coordination effort with GDOT. They're fully aware of that.
Well, the only reason I ask the question is every time I look at this project, the GDOT start date gets further and further out.
Yes, sir.
So.
Well, Derek, one thing Derek shared with me is that there's a bridge component here, and it's only going to be about 4 feet off the ground, and people are going to say, why'd you build that bridge? Well, that's where the on-ramp's going to go under. I don't know if you already covered that or not.
No, that's a good point. It's going to look, somebody will challenge us at the end of the day going, y'all built a bridge 4 feet off the ground. What are y'all doing? But that's literally, underneath that's where they'll cut it out about 20 feet in a future date.
Mariah.
I was just going to address Allison's question, and with the question of my own regarding the availability of these documents online. Would people watching this video, when it's stored, be able to see the presentation that we were all just given?
I anticipate they would.
Okay.
Kind of based on the way that last month worked. But of course, we've got many documents that aren't archived through the YouTube video link. And it'd probably be helpful just to be able to have that kind of document that you could take a screenshot of, print a single page of, or email to somebody.
Good, yeah.
Russell?
Do we have any indication on the progress of Firefly movement in the adjacent counties?
Not that I'm confident with. I know there's some additional conversations moving forward with some of our adjoining counties and even into Morgan County, but I'm not sure how active they are. I'd have to defer that maybe to the manager who's maybe has some more more information with their leadership.
Well, I think a lot of them are watching what we're doing. I think in Oglethorpe County, there's been some activity down in Maxey's, and seems to be good support for it in the southern part of the state. Maybe a little more.
Maxey's to Union Point.
Yeah, and a little more critical concern in the northern part of the state. So I don't know where Union Point's.
Union Point's in Green.
I mean, I don't know what's going on in Green. I've only talked to Oglethorpe about it. So.
I mean, you think they're going to do it?
I think that's a political will of Oglethorpe County question. But I think looking at other similar trail projects around the country, what you find is that there's this great community activation, this economic development boon. Winterville is honestly staking a big part of their future on trail access. And I think every one of those Oglethorpe and Greene County communities could be similarly enlivened.
I think once we get some down and people see how it's used, what does and what does not necessarily happen on the trail.
What if they do nothing? Will the right-of-way could it still be used by people that maybe they take an off-road bike and just ride down through that way?
Well, most of it goes through private property, so that could be a concern for people that didn't want that type of activity.
Part of the issue with this particular line is that it was taken up and not assumed by the public, which is cautionary tale, I think, for other folks looking at other lines. And so all of the property reverted to the adjacent property owners, which is why we've had to spend all that property acquisition money, including that tidy $1.2 million for something like a quarter mile connecting the first little stretch. So if I could go back in time to the later 1980s, I would do some strangling. Allison?
And I think we may have seen something that showed different sections in different counties. I mean, there's big trees in some of, I don't think it's all cleared railway, so it's not like it's a path even for off-road. I'm not sure how accessible it is.
It varies pretty dramatically.
From vegetation.
If anybody's interested, I recommend taking a drive down, I think it's Highway 77 in Oglethorpe County, kind of see some interesting stretches. And then, of course, it comes very close to some town centers in those places like Maxey's and Union Point.
Well, and I mean, even if the other counties did nothing, which I don't think is going to be the case, the worst for us is we still get a great connector between downtown and Winterville.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Other questions? I did want to briefly ask Marilyn about the future water reuse component.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, this is going to be built out well prior to that water reuse system being live. So we're just essentially going to cap both ends of that line, awaiting the future development of that system.
That's exactly what we're planning to do, yes. We're hoping we have to make some improvements in the Norfolk County plant. And while we do that, we'll be laying more of the purple pipe with the goal of it all being done at the same time in 2023 or so.
And just for folks who are just rolling on, could you talk a little bit about what that water reuse system does?
Yes. So the water reuse system will take the water from the Norfolk County Water Reclamation Facility, and that is our largest, essentially our wastewater plant. And we treat that water, and right now we treat that water, clean it up, make it clean enough to put it back into the river. And we own that water. It's something that we have as a resource. So in the same way that we recycle glass and aluminum, we can recycle that water by sending it in pipes up to our employment centers at the industrial park and the industrial areas up in just past the Athena, yes, that one, thank you. And then also University of Georgia is interested, and so we'll be running a 10-inch pipe to them for their steam plants and their steam plant and their consolidated power plants. And the goal there is to offset our drinking water demands significantly by using this water resource that we already own and have control over.
And so those industrial users wouldn't have to compete with the homeowner or the small business owner for that precious resource.
Exactly.
And there's a SPLOST proposal for this right now, correct?
That is correct.
Allison?
I was just saying that it's a future plan and that we have to put X amount of, I don't know what it is, gallons, back into the river. But once we've met that requirement, then there's still water that we can put in this purple pipe, so to speak. Am I right on that too, that there's a certain amount we have to put back in the river?
According to our permit, we don't.
Okay.
But what it does is it reduces the amount of water that we actually withdraw from the river upstream. So it does maintain higher flows downstream of the intake.
Okay.
Marilyn, thanks a lot. Derek, thank you. We appreciate it. Thanks. 15. All right, 48 down or something like that, 2 to go.
The next time Jerry gets up with his coat, I'm gonna. Who gets up?
I think Marc Beechuk is going to talk about the Clayton Street public art element that connects to that new downtown infrastructure that we talked about last month.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for taking some time to hear from the Cultural Affairs Commission. I really appreciate the commissioners who made it out for the Morton mural call just last week to put the new mural up on the side of the Morton Theater. We've got an interesting project here for the Clayton Street Public Art. The purpose of this is to put our Percent for Art program into use for project number 9 from the SPLOST, the Downtown Transportation Improvement Project. Get feedback and support from this body. This is actually the first time we'll be coming before you with this concept, and the idea is to get this concept approved and then to come back before this body and after the artist has been able to come to Athens and work on the ground, get in touch with people, have some community outreach, and then provide you with a final concept to actually sign off on. So right now we're really just looking for concept approval. So hoping to hear some ideas and then find a path forward for this project. So we've had some public input sessions already. We've been a part of the Clayton Street open calls for information. We've had a little bit of an online survey and some in-person information gathering. Gotten some data from Derek and Keith for the user group meetings. And then now we're working through to get some approval from you guys. Some of the things we've taken into consideration are the health and safety study. We put out a call and received 31 submissions from all over the country last July. We had a selection group internally of AC members and a member from ADDA. And then we brought 4 finalists to a final selection panel that opened it up to some Downtown Business Association members. The selected artist, his name's Eric Lashinsky. He's out of Austin, Texas. And I'm going to give you just a tiny bit more background before I show you exactly what his concept is. So this is what we heard from our surveys, historical, abstract, natural, and then a lot of folks from the other side of it wanted murals and wanted some functional art. And so since we're already putting some murals into play in downtown, we tried to steer a little bit away from some of those suggestions. There were some really great ones that we saw and some that we're going to incorporate that along with other projects. But we really went towards the functional and the abstract side with this project. So it was open to professional artists. We wanted to see some experience working with governments in the past and areas of this size. This is very unique for the Cultural Affairs Commission to have a multi-block project. So we appreciate you guys working with us and understanding our request for qualifications and moving forward with this artist, hopefully. So two of the submissions, excuse me, were local. 4 of them were from the region out of the 31 we received. The budget for this is right around $52,000. I believe that's changed just a tiny bit due to construction costs. And the Cultural Affairs Commission is able to make up a few $1,000s in difference that I believe is going to be in the end. So the 4 firms we asked to submit comprehensive concepts after their initial concept review. 3 of them did that, and as I mentioned before, we had some of our ACAC folks, ADDA, and then a downtown business representative. So Eric Lashinsky has a plan called the Clayton Connector, and you'll see this thin blue thread throughout some of his work, and I really want you guys to see this as a conceptual thread that connects the elements of downtown. This is not intended to be a continuous work of art down the entire length of the corridor. Obviously, for safety reasons and for ease, that would be quite prohibitive. But it's this idea that he's threading these art elements together. You'll kind of see it a little bit more. I asked him to kind of flesh that out a little bit on about a block size basis. It's all about creating space and engaging the streetscape. One of the things we heard a lot from the user groups was bringing families and bringing activity to downtown that isn't just for the college crowd or the bar crowd, something that would be interactive for a family walking down the street and keep them a little bit more engaged. And as I mentioned before, this looks like a long line down the block, but it's really a flexible, adaptable kind of project that Eric is really looking to get in and talk to folks in order to really find out the best locations to kind of put his little imprint throughout those blocks. He's really talking about activating the space and really kind of bridging that interstitial space between the street and the sidewalk space there. So there's a little bit of his past work. He's out of Austin. He has a lot of environmental aspects he's had in his work. He works for an urban planning, design, and architecture firm in Austin. He's also done a lot to activate locations that were underutilized. This was a pop-up cafe he had where he brought in a lot of natural elements into a space that was not being used at the time. And then you'll see here really kind of outrageous, interesting use of an underpass in a rather abandoned waterway that was going on that he was able to really turn into a wonderful space and be able to have some events there. So it was for a lot of those reasons we chose this plan. And you can see, it's kind of faded out there, but you can kind of see up there with the thin blue line that it's really in little pockets. It's around a bench, it's around a planter. It can go up a light pole. It can add some vertical elements to the space, especially at the bookends of the blocks, and possibly at the little bump outs that occur down Clayton Street. It's all made to be a companion to everything else there, so he's going to be fighting against parking meters and newspaper stands and everything else that goes into the block. So this is meant to accent and be a companion to that, along with the street furniture idea. So these are some of the concepts. I asked him to kind of give me an idea of kind of what he's looking at. It shows some bike racks here. He actually came up with this idea as a 2,200 foot long bike rack and then broke it up into pieces from there. So you can see a lot of interesting work. And he said that the picture in the bottom right corner there, the copperish pipes, are about the size, 3 to 4 inches, that he's kind of looking at. That's actually in the courtyard of a medical complex. So you can kind of see how the interaction works there and where you can kind of get creative and funky with it. So here's an idea, and this is really just a snippet. This is not anything set in stone, but kind of showing how he's going to be able to connect through. And I don't know if you kind of saw, let me jump back real quick. Those are kind of some of the elements that Eric was proposing. Bike racks, things to go around the furniture, even small things that kids can climb on and kind of swing on, which I understand is probably a little bit scary for some folks. But this really is an opportunity to create a whole new dynamic going down Clayton Street there. So in the final design, he's looking to get some stakeholder input, work with the engineers on available sidewalk space, locations of trees, utilities, facilities, providing safety. He's looked over that downtown safety plan, and I think that deals spatially with some issues that were definitely going to be a challenge for Eric to look at. But it also deals with some massing, and so Eric's proposal here is able to kind of avoid those pinch points that are going to be the most dangerous spots, and put his art into some of the other locations that will allow a little bit more flexibility. And then overall legibility down the entire length of the corridor. So next steps for us, looking for Mayor and Commission approval of this concept. be able to bring Eric on site. His wife was a graduate of the University of Georgia, so he's been to Athens before, but he's obviously still in Texas right now. But get him here, get him talking to department heads, to the folks at SPLOST, and then also to the public. Get some design development and coordination, and then bring final plans back to you guys for a final approval. And that's what I've got. Yes, ma'am?
Mariah?
Thank you, Mayor Gretz. Could you remind me again why historical and mural categories were left out of consideration despite being the highest voted upon categories?
Well, yeah, and there was a pretty even split there.
Yeah.
So murals, we're really working on a few. We've got the Mauldin, we're working with a few other options. So that kind of, a lot of the murals we saw we got a lot of focus on the university, and we really wanted to show a diverse audience. One thing about Eric's presentation that I didn't mention is it's not really audience specific. We got a lot kind of focused on the college crowd, and some of the things we heard were we want everyone in the community to feel that this piece represents them, is open to them. So that's kind of some of the stuff around the murals. In terms of the historical aspect, the Cultural Affairs Commission's working on a cultural trail right now. And so part of that's going to be a music walk of fame that we're working hand in hand with the Linden House on. And then we're also looking at other ways to really emphasize some historical aspects of Athens. So we're kind of hoping we can get those done in some other projects.
Okay, I was thinking that perhaps a sense of continuity and concept across like multiple projects might help create like a consistent aesthetic downtown. But that's just my opinion, and I don't know if that came up at all in the conversations that you all may have had.
So it's very interesting you bring that up. One of the finalists we had really had a branding campaign that was kind of part of his whole concept. And so we kind of talked with him about this idea that maybe as we grow, maybe downtown art or downtown in general kind of would benefit from such a branding campaign, and to bring him in another capacity, because some of his art was really college focused, and so some folks kind of didn't want that element of it. But the idea of this branding campaign that, you know, might be able to produce things that are sold locally here in some of our stores, made locally here, would be a very interesting opportunity that we really liked about his presentation.
Okay.
Allison?
Yeah. Being a medical illustrator, I'm really impressed when people can do minimalist, whimsical art, and I like your all's choice of picking him because of that, because it does, just the creativity of doing that is hard.
Yeah, I hope, really looking forward to seeing what he can pull out of that, because I agree, he's going to be tucked into some tight windows, and it's going to require that sort of
And so then with the timeline, I'm not going to assume anything. This is for the new Clayton Street.
So this is between Lumpkin and Thomas, correct, for the Clayton Street improvements that are going on.
Once the new part's done. So when he comes and studies, he's really going to be studying blueprints versus the draw, you know, like he used the pictures of what it really is now. That's just, like you said, so conceptual, because that's not even going to be there.
Well, yeah, one part would be coming and studying that stuff, and another big component would be coming and talking to people who are going to be involved on the ground. So I think those are the two big aspects of him coming to town and working on this.
Gotcha. And then I'm hoping that we do not have any newspaper stands for him to have to work around. I think those are kind of, we've got other, that's one thing I'm looking forward to us losing is the black boxes. But yeah, I'm supportive of this concept and look forward to what the next round will show. And I'm hoping that that color is maybe the direction he's going, so that he doesn't pick orange in particular. But I guess that's still yet to be determined.
Correct, yeah, he picked that to kind of stand out on his presentation. Okay. Yeah, we kind of briefly discussed that. He hadn't settled on a color at this point.
Still all open. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Good work.
Melissa?
Yeah, now that I see this presentation, I have a much clearer idea of what's happening here. And my initial concern is, there's some disgruntledness in the art community that these big projects are going to out-of-town artists. And, I feel okay with the Morton Theater, the Hot Corner mural, because the concept is to bring in a local artist as the assistant and to work with kids and actually pulling off the mural. I'm just curious, on his visit here, And now that I see like the placemaking aspect of his work, I get where he's going, and I see that this is a single cohesive piece that's going to tie the whole corridor together. And I was also curious about the fact that, you know, this desire for a historic element being left out. But now you mentioned the Walk of Fame. So maybe perhaps he can combine that, we can combine that desire for historic and that placemaking element and weaving this, you know, some of these loops and bends into focusing on some of those, because I'm sure there'll be plenty of those historic sites along Clayton Street. I've been on that Athens music tour, and there's quite a few. So maybe that can be an opportunity to localize it and bring another project into it. And I hope that there's some other place-making opportunities that will allow this piece to bring focus to areas where perhaps we can have pieces that are actually created by locals. That, I mean, because you know, we will have more space, more bump outs, wider sidewalks. So I'm hoping that, you know, that this piece alone is not the be-all and end-all opportunity for art on Clayton Street. So hopefully, you know, as this piece is envisioned for the whole corridor, there's room to create those places and those focuses for other artworks that this kind of can help highlight and weave them all together. I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, I love the idea of being able to loop some of that stuff in there in some of the historic context. In terms of local artists, it's something we're fighting with regularly. Also, I would say that quite a few local artists also are working on bus shelters right now. Of the 45 bus shelters we have coming in, I think 30 plus of those are all local artists. So I don't know if any of that was kind of factored in to some of their submissions. But yeah, I think with the Mauldin, it's a really great opportunity for us to pair with a local artist to really get the foothold into bigger projects like that. And I know folks like Dee Dee Dunphy at the Linden House and the Athens Area Arts Council are looking to have more informational sessions to get our local artists a little bit more up to speed on large projects and exactly what it takes.
I know there was some confusion about the RFQ process. I had heard from at least a couple of local artists who were asking me, like, what is this call for art? What are they asking for? And so I think maybe that whole concept of, you know, I mean, when I read that RFQ, I thought maybe what y'all were looking for was a curator, somebody to come in and, you know, envision where specific works would be and reach out to the local artists. You know, and then when I saw this, I was like, oh, that's not what they were looking for. So I don't know, maybe that's part of the confusion. But I do hope that this piece leaves room for future local art installations along the way, and you know, create some of those places where it is appropriate to put in other works.
Great. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure it gets passed on.
Andy Herod, art lover.
So, as probably the person with the least amount of artistic capability in this room.
Not true.
All right. I will maybe cede that to Russell, but I'm there with you. I got two very practical questions. So I'm looking at these kind of blue. I like the color. Are those going to be powder painted, or because I imagine those are going to chip very quickly. So what's the maintenance plan?
Yeah, powder coating, correct.
And so what's the maintenance plan?
Well, powder coating has some ability to, stand up very well. That's what SPLOST and Transit has asked us to do for most of our projects in the past. And it does allow for some touching up as well on site.
Okay. Because my second question is, I look at these, and I can imagine that these are going to become places that people are going to tie their bicycles up on. They're basically they're going to become de facto bike racks, even the ones that are not supposed to be bike racks. And so I think that they're going to take a lot of abuse, and I don't mean that in a negative sense, I just in terms of a lot of use. And the second question that leads me to is, assuming that a lot of people will chain their bikes to these, what does that mean for pedestrian access on the sidewalks, especially for people in wheelchairs? Will those bicycles be removed by staff? Talk me through some of the practicalities of it rather than the aesthetics.
Sure. So I think where there will be some elements in I hope we have the problem of people locking up too many bikes to things around downtown. There's definitely an element there to have bike racks installed as portions of this. I think there's going to be other elements where it's not going to be as easy for someone to lock a bike up, if that's an element that's going vertical, or if that's an element, you know, further down a block where someone might not be locking it up. One of the other things we really want to work with, and Manager Justin, Manager Williams were quick to point out the downtown public safety study, and really looking through that and making sure where there's, especially where there's pinch points, that we're able to keep some of the elements that might be more horizontal that would allow more locking up to it out of it. So I think that's something we're going to have to work through when Eric's here on the ground, but I think that's definitely a concern we've heard on a couple occasions, and something we can try to plan for and plan around.
Tim?
Yeah, I really actually appreciate the abstract part of this. I think we do need a healthy mix of this kind of art. But on the concern with not having local artists involved in this, and this might be something y'all are doing already, or exploring at least, and I get that we wanted qualifications here, people experienced with municipal governments, doing these kind of larger scale, multi-block kind of things. I wonder if we could have a mentorship program or something with local artists, interns or something like that, so that they are getting these qualifications under their belt locally here first, by working on these projects, and then therefore next time they can apply and say, yeah, I've got those qualifications, I was involved in that project. So.
Sure. It's something we're really excited about for Mauldin, and I think I'm happy to take it back to our commission. We definitely have some funding in our budget. It's something we want to do, is continue to build up that local art, public art. You know, public art's a different animal than just making regular art, and it really does help out for some folks who are younger to learn. We're paying a fairly substantial amount for the Mauldin, almost, I guess, a fifth of the budget is going to a mentor, so a pretty substantial chunk, and I'm happy to look into that for this project as well.
Okay, and the last question I had is, because I know I like the multiple pieces and how it's kind of spaced out there. I wonder if we've looked into being able to do some like public-private partnerships with some of the building owners and some of the business owners along that stretch, where they could partner in and actually have a design for their buildings and be attached to their building, or somehow inside the, like, you know, the glass there, the storefront of their building, so it's continuing on, but like inside the stores and stuff like that. So.
I love that idea. Cool. I'm going to leave that one up to Eric when he's here. Okay. So, but yeah, no, that's it.
Russell, you into that?
Yeah, you probably need HPC approval, though, to make changes to the facade. It's in the historic district. But I think this is, I'm excited about this project. I sat on the final round of the selection committee, and I think Mr. Lashinsky is a solid choice. I'm excited to see where he takes this concept.
Any other questions, thoughts?
Piano.
So, tinkle the ivories to take us out?
Marc's gonna play us out.
Yeah. Yep, I got one last real quick project we're looking for support on. And this is a project this is a project that was initiated solely from a member of our commission, which is something new for us. A project that we're tentatively calling Stand Up and Play. This is just a public art piano project. So the idea behind this is that we would generally be donated, possibly pay for a few pianos, have those painted locally through a call for art, similar to what we did with the Art Deco, put them out in spaces around town. As of now, working with Manager Williams, we've looked at some ACC facilities, and we've reached out to some of those ACC facility supervisors to put pianos there. We'd also love to find some other solutions to make sure these are in the highest population centers, if that's downtown, where UGA and downtown and Athens-Clarke County all meet, any of those locations. So same thing, trying to get support here. We already have 2 pianos in hand. The Restore, Habitat Restore, is being kind enough to let us have them hang out there, and they also mentioned that we can have them painted there and they can hang around for a little while. We would put the call out for artists. It would be a nominal fee, probably around $750 to $1,000 for the artist fee. cooperate with ACC facilities. We're looking to put on some casters and put some security measures on the pianos so they can be moved easily. Mostly we're looking for places that are undercover, and we're also looking to do this in the kind of nicer times of the year. This spring's probably out of the question by this point, but later this fall would probably be great. We'd have a local piano tuner who we've talked to about tuning the pianos, paint them, put them out for play, and then when we're done, we'd like to pull them back, retune them if necessary, and then donate them to hopefully schools, ACC facilities, or local nonprofits here in town. So we've got a few locations already. Library and Council on Aging are really interested in it. We're talking to the Classic Center, which would be an ideal location, possibilities at the Morton Theater, UGA School of Music, and then we'd love to get it into a park. If that's something like Trail Creek Park that has a lot of coverage and a lot of great, warm weather activity. As I mentioned, we're looking at about $750 for an artist fee. If that's any comparison, the Art Deco artists all were paid $500 a piece for their pieces that are in the stairwell there. And then again, we've been talking to a local piano tuner who would be paid for the technician work. It'll take about 3 months for us, and so that's why we're probably shooting not for spring any longer. And then also, hopefully we'd like to make this a multi-year thing so we can get it out. If some of them are able to hold up, maybe leave them out there. If not, swap them out, find some new fun locations for people. But these would just be available for anyone out in the public to just walk up to and play. So that's about $6,000. That's on the high side, where that's with paying for pianos. And right now we've had 2 already donated for free, and I think we have 2 others in line. We've got some funding in our Project 21, which is 2011 SPLOST funding. And we'd love to get rolling. These are just some images up here from some other piano. This is a fairly popular project throughout other major cities. And I've got a few other questions, or a few other items here on the details of how it all work. But really, we'd just love some permission to go forward and spend a little bit of our budget on this project.
Allison, you'll be the first to play.
Yeah, I'll play first. I think this is a great idea. I think that if the word gets out maybe after the first round, that you're going to get people to call you and say, please come get this piano out of my house. I've been looking at it for a long time. So the donation side hopefully goes up. Maybe we can even put a tag on them that says piano donated by, and make sure that the artist is also on that plaque, so that as it's used. There was a baby grand in the MARTA station, and when I was in Atlanta for a big football game, and it was, it was being used a little bit by people coming and going, but it didn't, you can't miss it. And so I wondered if there might be a spot at our multimodal center and some other places that would be. I'm not sure how much coverage you need for the humidity for them, but I'm not sure we need to worry about the tuning too terribly much, because this is for fun.
Sure.
Type thing. And the parking decks, I think there probably would be, like on the College Avenue, there's a place where the bike racks are, where you can have your bike covered where the bike racks are in our different decks. It could be that a piano would sound real nice in that way. It's covered too, and it's pedestrian, obviously okay, because people are parking their bikes in there. But it's got my approval.
Vita?
It has my approval, and I'm donating a piano. Please come and get it. Yes. I mean, I don't play it. I don't know, but it's there.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could have one outside City Hall somewhere, even possibly.
Yeah.
Maybe have 2. We can have Russell and Andy do some dueling pianos and see if we can find out who is the worst.
I have even less musical talent than I have artistic talent. I can play at Coleman's and play some paper. That's about it.
I'd love to get one into the little old information kiosk right there. I think
that'd be nice too.
Ideal location.
Yeah, talk to ADDA. They're looking at options for that space.
Okay.
Any other thoughts? Sing a last chorus, everyone.
Yep.
Thank you, Marc. We appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. I really appreciate the time.
My computer.
Can I say one other thing before we go?
Yeah.
We have our year in review for the Cultural Affairs. It's the first time we're doing it. It's tomorrow at the Linden House. I hope you all got the word. love to see you out there. We're going to do a real quick thing around 6 o'clock. The whole thing's going to go on from about 5:30 to 7. Have some refreshments. And I'd just like to thank you all. This might be the last time you see me if I don't see you tomorrow. I'm done with the commission in March, and it's been a lot of fun for me, and I've really enjoyed it. I'm going to stick around and help out as much as I can, but I'm handing off the reins to some new membership and new blood. So I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for all your work.
Appreciate it.
All right, and a good night to all.
15 minutes, see? Under 10.
Never time.